Warrior Lore. Chapter 1391. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Southern Border's Righteous Path also suffered heavy losses. The Super Goo formation that they set up required contributions of Immortal Goo and a vast number of Mortal Goo. After investing so much, the gains were minimal, and in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they suffered a direct hit, losing several Goo Immortals. The true beneficiary, besides Feng Yuan, who had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they even took away the remaining second and first layer of the Super Goo formation before leaving. Among the Immortal Goo here, besides Feng Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Goo, the other Goo Worms belonged to Southern Border's Righteous Path. Toward such actions, Southern Border's Righteous Path was furious. They wanted to seek an explanation from Central Continent's Celestial Court. After all, everyone was from the Righteous Path. Celestial Court's actions were too unfair. When chasing after Feng Yuan and the rest, Wu Yong began to look for Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. Even though Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often had business dealings with each other. This bit of credit belonged to Jewel Yellow Skies. Precisely because of Jewel Yellow Skies, transactions between Goo Immortals became much easier and more frequent. The constant flow of goods also meant frequent exchanges. Thus, Wu Yong had a way to find the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were a little uncertain. However, if he did not question Celestial Court, just by pestering the 10 great ancient sects, Southern Border's Righteous Path would not be able to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, Wu Yong held an information path Mortal Goo as he muttered. He did not expect that the Celestial Court's Goo Immortal would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, this unknown wisdom path Goo Immortal of Celestial Court used a mere information path Mortal Goo to force Wu Yong into a difficult situation. This information path Mortal Goo's content was related to Feng Yuan and the rest. The Celestial Court had information on Ing Wu Xie, Zishan Makoto, Bai Ningbing, and Feng Yuan, including the fact that they had the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. And what shocked Wu Yong the most was that the real Wu Yihai had died long ago, and the Wu Yihai that had infiltrated Wu clan was the otherworldly demon, Feng Yuan. There's actually such a thing. Feng Yuan is Wu Yihai, and Wu Yihai is Feng Yuan? Wu Yong had wanted to save his younger brother, but in the end, he found out that his younger brother was already dead, and it was his enemy who had been playing the role of his younger brother. Wu Yong was first shocked by this news. After all, this was out of his expectations. Next, Wu Yong felt anger. Anger towards Feng Yuan. This damned murderer, the true culprit who killed Wu Yihai, was actually so daring. After committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he even joined Wu clan of his own accord. This was a blatant disregard for the entire Wu family, including Wu Yong himself. And most importantly, Feng Yuan actually did this. This was a humiliation. A humiliation. Not only did Feng Yuan look down on the huge Wu clan, he even ran to Wu clan and slapped them several times. What kind of force was Wu clan? The publicly recognized number 1 force of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Who was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the number 1 person in Wu clan, first Supreme Elder, rank 8 cultivation level. He had an Immortal Goo house and several rank 8 Immortal Goo. He was an expert of the present age. Feng Yuan's actions were simply toying with Wu clan and Wu Yong. However, other than anger towards Feng Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious towards Celestial Court. Warrior Lore. Celestial Court had taken away all of Wu clan's formation Immortal Goo. This was one reason. Secondly, Celestial Court had sent this information to Wu Yong. What did this mean? In other words, he was telling Wu Yong that Wu Yong had a weakness in his hands. He would need to consider this in his future actions. To Wu Yong, this was a threat. Why did the matter of Feng Yuan impersonating Wu Yihai become a weakness of Wu Yong instead? This was the difference between the Righteous Path and the Demonic Path. The Righteous Path had their own rules of the game. The Righteous Path cared about reputation and face. Even if they wanted to plunder, they had to have a proper reason. They had to stand on the side of righteousness and reputation. Just like before, when the other clans made things difficult for Wu clan and seized Wu clan's resource points. How did Ho clan do it? First, They sent a Clan Gu immortal to pretend to be a demonic scoundrel, while another Ho Clan Gu immortal pretended to chase after him, then used this excuse to occupy the resource points. How did Yang Clan do it? First, they had planned for a long time, setting up mortal camps near Wu Clan. Then through the conflicts between mortals, they obtained righteousness and reputation. After landing in Wu Clan, Wu Yong clearly had high battle strength, and even had the immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Why was he in a passive state? This was Wu Yong's scheme. He knew that Wu Clan's territory was too huge. If he directly showed his strength, the other clans would only be wary. They might restrain themselves for the time being, but they would still be tempted to make a move. After all, Wu Clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal. However, if the Wu Clan were to passively defend and allow the other clans to bully them, Wu Yong would be able to take revenge after obtaining a righteous cause and sufficient excuse. He would then be able to bite off a piece of meat from the other clans. Only by doing this could the other forces remember the pain and not dare to offend Wu Clan's dignity for decades to come. This was Wu Yong's plan. Even his closest aide Wu Fa was not aware of it. Actually, before this, everything was progressing according to Wu Yong's plan. It was just that Wu Yong did not expect a troublemaker like Shadow Sect to appear. Once the demon Feng Yuan sneaked into Wu Clan, even Wu Yong himself would treat Feng Yuan as his own brother. Don't forget, before this, Wu Yong had used Wu Yihai many times to raise his reputation, to express his care for his own brother. Wu Clan was the #1 force of Southern Border's righteous path. Such a thing actually happened, it would definitely cause their reputation to plummet and cause the other clans to have disloyal thoughts. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to use these excuses to retaliate against the other clans. But once this matter came out, as long as Southern Border's clans persisted on this topic, Wu Clan would feel weak. Your Wu Clan is the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, but in the end, a demon sneaked in and left. What face does your Wu Clan have to lead the righteous path? What qualifications do you have to occupy these resources? Don't tell me that after occupying these resources, you are going to provide them to the demonic path scoundrels in the clan. This was like on Earth, when a celebrity was found to be taking drugs. A successful man who had always proclaimed his love for his family was found to have an affair, or a spy was found in the police force. Although prestige could not be seen or touched, it was indeed a kind of strength that could affect all aspects. In Wu Yong's view, the resource points that Wu Clan lost were nothing. Since they could be lost, he could also take them back. In reality, he could instead use this chance to raise his own prestige, to show off his superior battle strength, to leave his shadow in Southern Border's history. But Feng Yuan's matter was completely different. Once it was discovered, it would be a heavy blow to Wu Clan. The prestige and reputation that countless generations of Wu Clan had worked hard to maintain would be greatly damaged. Once this matter was spread out, what face would Wu Yong have to take back the resource points that Wu Clan had lost? For a long time, Wu Clan would not be able to raise their heads. This damned Feng Yuan. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. He had never hated a person so much. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. He could only blame himself for using Wu Yihai to raise his prestige, to express his benevolence and friendliness. But in the end, it was Wu Yong who was incompetent and was deceived by the demon Feng Yuan. This was the stain on Wu Yong's life. This damned fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong also hated the wisdom path female immortal from the celestial court. Her intentions were clear. Telling Wu Yong all this was to warn Wu Yong, and to use Wu Yong as a spear to urge him to eliminate Feng Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong had to eliminate Feng Yuan. As long as he secretly killed Feng Yuan, Wu Yihai's death could be pushed to the Shadow Sect. It was logical and logical. By then, even if the Celestial Court exposed this matter, Wu Yong would not be afraid. This matter would not become a stain on Wu Yong's life. Fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong muttered this name again. He knew that Fairy Myrtle wanted him to use all his strength to kill Feng Yuan and the rest. She was making use of him. But Wu Yong had no choice but to do so. Most importantly, in Fairy Myrtle's letter Gu, there was only information about Feng Yuan and the rest. There were no words of negotiation or threat to Wu Yong. This made it so that Wu Yong could not find any evidence to use against Fairy Myrtle. Lord Wu Yong, what happened? Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao, Zhikai saw that Wu Yong's expression was not right and asked with concern. Wu Yong glanced at him, immediately hating him as well. It is this old thing. Leading Qiao clan, trying to curry favor with our Wu clan. Without him, how could Fang Yuan enter our Wu clan so easily? But on the surface, Wu Yong smiled and consoled Xiao Zhikai. It is nothing. I am just worried about my brother. I wonder what will happen to him after he lands in the Shadow Sect? Xiao Zhikai felt strange. There were no outsiders here. Why was Wu Yong still concerned about Wu Yihai? Why was he acting like this? Wu Yong's concern for Fang Yuan earlier was fake, but this time, it was real. It was just that he was concerned about Fang Yuan. He wanted to kill Fang Yuan immediately. Have we not contacted Wu Yihai yet? Wu Yong secretly contacted the Wu clan Gu Immortals in the headquarters. The Immortals all said no. Among them, someone said, the most recent communication with Lord Wu Yihai was about him borrowing Gu from the clan. Someone else added, Lord Wu Yihai has 6 immortal Gu that Wu clan lent him. We cannot let anything happen to him. Wu Yong heard this and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Among these 6 immortal Gu, there were the immortal Gu that he had personally approved to lend to Fang Yuan from the treasury. There was also the 100,000 immortal Yuan stone, which Wu Yong had offered to lend to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Wu Yong wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he hated Fang Yuan even more. It was this guy. He was too good at acting. Before being exposed, he did not forget to make a huge profit. He was truly sinister, too crafty. Chapter 1392. Wu Yong also considered the authenticity of the Celestial Court's information. However, Fairy Myrtle provided a lot of evidence, and even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance and left the battlefield on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, many southern border Gu Immortals had seen it. Wu Yihai's disappearance was too sudden and strange. If Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan, then everything could be explained. Send Wu Yihai's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu to me through Jewel Yellow Skies. Other than that, there are also some immortal Gu, Wu Fa. Go to the treasury and take them out for me. Wu Yong stood by the window, looking at the layers of dream realms as he secretly gave his orders. At the same time, he said to Qi Chuyu, Qi clan's first supreme elder, please set up a formation to surround this place and prevent the other party from using space path methods to escape. Oh, the other party has such a method? Qi Chuyu was surprised before nodding. I can set up such a Gu formation to interfere with space path, but I do not have enough immortal Gu on me. No worries. Wu Yong smiled. At this time and place, with all of our southern border righteous path friends here, are we afraid of not having enough immortal Gu? No righteous path Gu immortal refuted Wu Yong's words. They all followed Qi Chuyu's request to see what immortal Gu each clan had that could be used to set up a Gu formation. If they did not have any, they could use Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them, even though they were expensive. But ever since Fang Yuan started this, Southern Borders Gu Immortals started to imitate him. The matter of Wu clan sending Gu worms to Wu Yong was soon discovered by Fang Yuan and the rest. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was very open. Any immortal Gu transaction would cause a huge commotion. Almost all of these immortal Gu are from Wu clan's treasury. It seems they are transported through Jewel Yellow Skies. And my Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Unfortunately, even though he knew this, he couldn't stop it. Trading with Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Fang Yuan had once relied on this advantage, but now it was his enemy's turn to take advantage of it. Soon, Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu received Wu Yong's message again. Wu Yihai, maybe I should call you Fang Yuan? We can talk and make a deal. I will use your immortal Gu to buy your life. What do you think? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this secret has been revealed by the Celestial Court. Those Gu worms were probably sent to Wu Yong. You want to buy my life? It seems like he has some sort of method. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped cooperating with the other Gu Immortals. You guys continue practicing. I need to deal with a small problem. Saying this, he immediately moved to the side and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Inside Wu Yong's immortal aperture, Gu worms flew out like layers of clouds, almost covering the sky. This is the signature killer move of Southern Border's former superclan, Wu Clan. It had once brought terror and darkness to Southern Border's Gu immortal world. My Wu clan obtained it, but kept it a secret because we were afraid of being ostracized by other clans. Now, Feng Yuan, have a taste of it. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a cold light. The immortal killer move was activated successfully, but because of his method, his aura was concealed. Even Xiao Zhikai, who was standing beside Wu Yong, could not sense it. At the next moment, Wu Yong's expression changed. His body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lord Wu Yong, what's wrong? Xiao Zhikai was shocked. He quickly ran over to support Wu Yong. How could this be? Thankfully, I only wanted to give a warning and probe. I did not use my full power. Wu Yong was filled with shock. The killer move was clearly targeted at Feng Yuan, but he actually became the target. Wu Yong exerted some strength and broke free from Xiao Zhikai's grip. His expression quickly calmed down as he coughed. It's fine. It is just an internal injury from the Purple Blood River formation. Xiao Zhikai immediately showed a moved and respectful expression. Lord Wu Yong is injured, but he cares about his brother, disregarding his injuries to save him. You are truly a role model of our righteous path. Wu Yong, he was silent for a while before saying to Xiao Zhikai, you are very good. Xiao Zhikai did not expect Wu Yong to be sarcastic. He thought he had flattered him. He felt proud of himself. Wu Yong was injured because of Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow river has weakened slightly. It seems that Wu Yong has some powerful methods that can attack my body through my life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu. Unfortunately, it encountered the reverse flow protection seal and was reflected back. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. He started to ponder. Strange. Since Wu Yong knows I am Feng Yuan, how could he not consider that I have reverse flow protection seal? Don't tell me. He does not know that I have another identity, Lu Guanyi. Did the Celestial Court not tell him? Or did the Celestial Court not know? Feng Yuan thought of the Dream Realm. The reason why his identity was exposed this time was because the manifested Dream Realm had been corroded by Heaven's will. He had entered the Dream Realm many times. He did not use familiar face or dark limit immortal Gu to disguise himself. Providence naturally found out his true identity and location. If that was the case, Lu Guanyi's identity was not exposed. Damn it. Feng Yuan thought of this as his heart sank. I used reverse flow protection seal now and got hit by an investigative killer move. Wouldn't I be telling others that I am Lu Guanyi? Regardless of whether the Celestial Court saw through my identity or not, now that I used reverse flow protection seal, my identity is definitely exposed. This was a small confrontation in the dark. It was a new development. It involved Feng Yuan, Wu Yong, and the Celestial Court. Wu Yong's method backfired on him, but his injuries were not severe. Although Feng Yuan was not injured, he showed a lot of confidence. The Celestial Court was behind the scenes. They did not use their own strength, but made Wu Yong and Feng Yuan fight to the death. This was Fairy Myrtle's scheme. This wisdom path Gu immortal of the Celestial Court immediately displayed her powerful scheming ability after obtaining the crucial clues and information. Her methods were very ingenious and experienced. Wu Yong then sent messages to Feng Yuan, but no matter what, Feng Yuan ignored them. The practice of the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was finally showing results. It was getting closer to success. But Feng Yuan had become a burden now. In order to defend against Wu Yong's attacks, he had to maintain reverse flow protection seal at all times. This caused him to be distracted. He could not concentrate on omnidirectional travel. However, after Feng Yuan purposely slowed down, he activated it bit by bit. The bright light shone on the surroundings. The light dissipated. Feng Yuan and the rest vanished on the spot. Intense space path fluctuations were sensed by the southern border righteous path Gu immortals outside the dream realm to some extent. They're gone. Maybe one or two of them are still alive. Wu Yong had an expressionless face. He was not surprised. But our Gu formation is not finished yet. They actually have such a method? Why didn't they use it earlier? There must be some serious drawback. Xiao Zhikai guessed. Chi Chuyu stroked his beard. No matter. Even though my Super Gu formation is not complete, it has some effect. I believe that at this moment, they should have already split up. Many southern border Gu immortals were confused, but Wu Yong praised. Qi clan's first supreme elder is truly capable. Since Wu Yong knew that Feng Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel, he also predicted that they would use this method to escape. How could he not make the appropriate countermeasures? Earlier, he had secretly transmitted to Qi Chuyu, asking him to restrain and target them. Qi Chuyu was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a formation path great grandmaster. Now that he had the information, he had a specific target. He could make the appropriate countermeasures and succeed at this moment. Guh. Bai Ning Bing had just stepped on the ground when she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was weak and her face was pale. This is not our destination. Bai Ning Bing's dragon pupil shrunk. She quickly contacted the others. Omnidirectional travel was broken. The 4 Gu immortals were split up. They were very far away. Other than Feng Yuan, they were all injured. What do we do, sect leader? Fairy Miao Yin transmitted. Feng Yuan hesitated. Should he escape on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Or should he waste time to gather the Shadow Sect immortals again? Right now, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had all self-detonated into dream realms. They were left in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. There were still a few left in the immortal apertures of He Lulan and the rest, including Lady White Rabbit's blessed land. Dream realms were corroded by Providence. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also monitored by Providence at all times. Keeping them around was equivalent to exposing their location. But at the crucial moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could also self-detonate into dream realms to block immortal Gu houses. Thus, Feng Yuan reluctantly kept them around. The investigative killer move on him had not been dispelled. Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu were also in Wu Clan's hands, and most importantly, Wu Clan actually had a method to attack Feng Yuan. The situation could be said to be very bad and dangerous. Feng Yuan could not deal with any immortal Gu house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not reliable. Even though it had rank 8 battle strength, it would not risk its life to fight against a strong enemy. Feng Yuan's control over it needed to be improved. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was also missing. This caused Providence to be able to monitor Feng Yuan at all times and make arrangements. And these people might also have investigative methods on them. Feng Yuan's gaze was dark. After leaving Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, Feng Yuan's next destination was Western Desert. Among the 5 regions, Shadow Sect had the most resources in Western Desert. Because Wu Xie, Zishan Makoto, and the rest had already roamed around the other 4 regions, taking all the remaining resources and immortal Gu they could find. Only Western Desert was left out. Going to Western Desert alone? It is a pity to abandon them like this, and if I don't get rid of the investigative method on me, my whereabouts will always be controlled by others. Langya Sect. Chapter 1393. Rumble. Air currents surged as if thousands of waves were set off. The light shined brightly. The scene was grand and beautiful. Within this light, a figure gradually walked out. He was extremely tall, around 9 feet. His body was muscular. His long black hair was thick and dense, like a cloak. It draped over his back, moving up and down with each step he took. The most eye-catching thing was that this Gu immortal had a pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They seemed to be made of purple gold, shining brightly. Fairy Myrtle had been waiting for a long time. She went up to greet him with joy, bowing. Lord Duke Long, that's right. This person was Duke Long. He was the one who led the Central Continent Immortals and controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming the biggest winner of the Battle of the Dream Realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. It crossed 2 regions from White Heaven and returned to Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects immortals dispersed. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle returned to Celestial Court after receiving reinforcements. According to Duke Long's description, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's Gu formation to check Duke Long's identity and prevent him from being possessed by Spectral Soul. From the current situation, Spectral Soul did not succeed in the possession. Duke Long was still Duke Long. But his expression was still ashen. His brows were tightly furrowed. With every step he took, his soul would feel a tremor. As expected of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even after death, his soul path attainment is unparalleled. In the following days, I will use Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to suppress him completely. Duke Long said, Fairy Myrtle, you will continue to lead Celestial Court, do your best to eliminate Feng Yuan and the rest, and get rid of any future threats? Fairy Myrtle nodded. I have already contacted Wu Yong. Using the strength of Southern Border's Gu Immortals, we will split up Feng Yuan and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Not long ago, I sent another message to Wu Yong, telling him the exact location of the remaining members of the Shadow Sect. It is estimated that we will receive news of victory in a few days. Duke Long nodded slightly and looked at Zishan Makoto with admiration. This was the power of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. With the help of a situation, he could move heaven and earth, guessing people's hearts, living a free and unfettered life while others fought for him. Fairy Myrtle herself was very outstanding. She was an elite expert among rank 8 Gu Immortals. That was why she was accepted by the Celestial Court. With Star Constellation Chessboard, she could be said to be top 3 in terms of wisdom path power in the current world. The reason why it wasn't number 1 was because the world was vast. There would always be dragons and snakes in hiding. The Celestial Court also did not know the general situation. Only when the world was in chaos, when the universe rose and fell, when everything was turned upside down, would there be any turbulence. As for Fairy Myrtle's previous achievements, it was due to the lack of crucial clues. At that time, Feng Yuan's defense was too good, but now it was different. Duke Long continued to instruct, we must take this scoundrel Feng Yuan's life. He is a complete otherworldly demon, Fate Gu's only natural enemy in this world. However, he is also the inheritor that Red Lotus has been waiting for a long time. He not only has Giant Sun's true inheritance, he will also have Red Lotus' true inheritance. The great era is coming. Our Celestial Court will have our 4th Immortal Venerable, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In order to receive her, we need to do our best to sweep away the dust and obstacles. Feng Yuan, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, all of them. Everything is to receive Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Ziwei, do you understand? Ziwei understands, Fairy Myrtle replied. I have already followed your arrangements. That person is already in Southern Border. Very good. Duke Long nodded. He did not say anything else as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle stood far away, quietly sending Duke Long off with her gaze, until the latter's tall and muscular body entered the depths of the immortal graveyard. She slowly let out a breath of turbid air. Looking at the huge project, her purple eyes were shining brightly. The Celestial Court is the strongest. It has always been. Always, she murmured softly. Southern Border. A white silhouette streaked across the sky at high speed. Lightning fire followed, exploding one after another behind the figure. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge error. The white figure dodged in time. He was safe and sound. He suddenly stopped and waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, ice and snow flew. Cold winds howled. A figure emerged from the lightning fire. He wanted to chase, but quickly stopped and used a defensive method. In a few breaths of time, this small valley turned into a world of ice and snow. There were ice crystals everywhere, shining brightly under the sunlight, giving off a biting cold aura. He only has rank 6 cultivation, but he actually has rank 7 battle strength. Amazing, as expected of an immortal with the northern dark ice soul physique. Chai Clan's rank 7 expert Chai Pajun praised inwardly before exerting strength. Bam! The thick layer of ice on his body was unable to withstand his ferocious strength and directly shattered. His body was thin, like it was made of iron. His skin was slightly dark. His eyes were like a wolf or a tiger, staring at his opponent on the slope. His opponent was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful and alluring. Her silver hair was like a tassel, hanging down to her waist. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow. Her expression was ice cold. Her appearance was peerless. Even Chai Pajun's soul was shaken by this beauty for the first time. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of cute red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. It was Dragon Lady by Ningbing. She, Feng Yuan, and the rest had activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, but because of Chi Chu Yu's Gu formation, the battle formation failed, and the 4 Gu immortals were scattered. Bai Ningbing landed here and immediately healed her injuries. She was just about to follow Fang Yuan's instructions and regroup, but was found by Cai Pejun. The curtains of a fierce battle were drawn. After dozens of rounds, both sides had fought for hundreds of li, but were evenly matched. 4 gazes met, but Cai Pejun did not attack immediately. Bai Ningbing used her blue dragon pupils to stare at his skin, thinking, "This is Cai Pejun's unique Trashwood body. Even if it is an immortal killer move, as long as its power is slightly higher, it would be reduced to a mortal killer move on this Trashwood body." Cai Pejun's move was unique. It directly crippled Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes. Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes, was a method to make enemies feel troubled and difficult to deal with. Back then, when Fang Yuan chasing Wu Xie and the rest, he had fallen for this move. Unfortunately, Cai Pejun relied on his defensive killer move Trashwood body to directly ignore Cold Eyes. Of course, Bai Xiang's true inheritance did not only have Cold Eyes. Cai Pejun had also suffered some injuries from fighting with Bai Ningbing. Amazing. Cai Pejun suddenly spoke. "I cannot help but admire you, Bai Ningbing." His tone was very flat. There was no fluctuation in his tone. His strange tone spread along with the cold wind in the deathly silent battlefield. "You only have rank 6 cultivation level, but you can make me feel troubled. I have been famous for many years. I am already a famous rank 7 fire path expert in Southern Border. But now, the frost energy in my body cannot be dispelled." Northern Dark Eye Soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I am truly envious. If you were kind and walked the righteous path, there would definitely be a place for you in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, you have fallen to the demonic path and brought disaster to the people. Your only outcome is death. Saying so, Cai Pejun paused. He turned his head and looked at the horizon. A bolt of lightning roared. Crack, crack. Lightning flashed, splitting the ice and rocks as a third rank 7 expert descended. "Bai Ningbing, you dare to attack my Southern Border righteous path. Do you think you can escape?" This expert's gaze was sharp as he growled. Cai Pejun saw reinforcements and let out a breath of turbid air. He had purposely said a lot of things to stall for time. After fighting with Bai Ningbing, he deeply realized that it would be very difficult for him to defeat her, let alone take her life. Did he really need reinforcements? Wu Yong was still in charge of the overall situation, and with Fairy Myrtle's message, he quickly dispatched Gu immortals to encircle and kill the scattered Shadow Sect members. "Be careful. This woman has extremely high battle strength. We cannot be careless." "Don't worry, I also have Lord Wu Yong's information. As long as we stall her, not long after, friends specializing in battlefield killer moves will come to help." The two were conversing secretly when Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. She was cold as ice. She had been silent since the start of the battle. This was the first time she had spoken since the start of the battle. "Idiot." Her cold and arrogant voice was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, causing the 2 rank 7 experts to be slightly dazed. But at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out with an intense aura. "Oh no! What immortal killer move is this? Just this aura is so terrifying. I am stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, but this Bai Ningbing is also stalling for time to prepare a killer move." The reinforcements were shaken, while Cai Pejun shouted that he had fallen into a trap. "Not far ahead, there is an eerie fire cave. As long as I enter there, I will be able to guard against deductions and wait for reinforcements." He Lulan was moving rapidly. In her field of vision, trees seemed to have turned into black shadows, rapidly passing by on both sides. Omnidirectional travel had failed in activating the ancient battle formation. He Lulan landed here alone. But soon, she received Fang Yuan's instructions to quickly move to a secret location 100 li away and wait for a chance to regroup. Needless to say, He Lulan's luck was quite good. There was an eerie fire cave not far away. This was set up by Zishan Makoto when he was alive. Using eerie fire immortal materials to set up the formation, it could block wisdom path deductions and achieve the goal of concealment. After a series of sprints, the eerie fire cave was already 5 li away. But right at this time, He Lulan suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the plain forest in front of her, her brows furrowed as the auras of all kinds of goo worms on her body started to rise. You only saw through my goo formation now. Hey Lulon, your foresight is not that good. A mocking voice came from somewhere. At the next moment, the goo formation activated. Hey Lulan's field of vision suddenly changed. The sky and mountains disappeared, leaving behind only a barren desert where not even a blade of grass grew. Hey Lulan's pupils shrunk. Being trapped in an immortal goo formation was a very bad thing. If she encountered an enemy, she could still escape. But the goo formation was a cage of its own. There was something that made Hey Lulon even more worried. My speed is not slow. I have been moving forward according to Fang Yuan's instructions. The other party actually knew my route and set up a goo formation in advance. Could it be that Fang Yuan sacrificed me on purpose to attract the enemy and gain time for himself to escape? Note: his condition is not good today, only one chapter. To be continued. Chapter 1394. Boom. An intense explosion occurred, flames spread everywhere. The scorching heat wave formed a thick wall of qi, fiercely repelling everything in its surroundings. At once, the goo formation was filled with sand and dust. As the dust settled, a lonely figure was revealed. It was Hey Lulon. At this moment, she was breathing roughly. Her whole body was covered in a layer of flame clothing. It was originally beautiful and covered in flames, but now, this clothing only had a few sparks left. Even this move cannot break this goo formation. Feeling that she was still inside the goo formation, Hey Lulon's heart sank to rock bottom. The intense battle had already lasted for over an hour. Hey Lulon had used all her methods but could not break this goo formation. This way, she was in a passive state and at a disadvantage. In fact, during the entire battle, she did not even know what her opponent looked like. This southern border righteous path goo immortal had been controlling the goo formation from behind the scenes. He had never shown himself. I have to admit, Hey Lulon, you are very strong. But unfortunately, you have no formation path attainment at all. I'll tell you the truth, even if your battle strength doubles, you cannot break this signature goo formation of mine. The formation path goo immortal behind the scenes laughed smugly. Hey Lulon snorted coldly, sighing inwardly. I don't have enough immortal essence. I used up all my methods. To think that I, Hey Lulon, would die here in the end. Sigh. Mother, I cannot take revenge for you. Even though Hey tribe is destroyed, not being able to kill that scoundrel Hey Chung is my greatest regret. Right at this time, the formation path goo immortal's laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it. Next, he growled, unable to conceal the shock in his voice. There's a chance? Hey Lulon's mind was shaken, but at the next moment, she saw a long beam of light appear in the dark world of the goo formation. This was sword light. The sword light disappeared in a flash, but it left a long white mark in the dark sky. The white mark quickly expanded, and Hey Lulon heard the resonant cry of a flood dragon. It grew louder and louder, and soon after, it resounded in her ears. Hey Lulon's heart trembled violently. She was all too familiar with the roar of this flood dragon. The impression was too deep. Not long ago, Hey Lulon had been chased by the owner of this voice. She had been in a sorry state, and it was only because of the cooperation of Ing Wu Xie and the others that she had narrowly escaped death. It's Fang Yuan. Hey Lulon almost cheered. He had never felt that Fang Yuan's flood dragon cry was so beautiful and resonant. The white sword mark was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark sky. The sword mark quickly expanded, as if a hole had been torn open. Dazzling light poured in from this increasingly large hole. No. The southern border righteous path goo immortal, controlling the immortal formation, screamed in indignation. But at the next moment, the immortal formation that gave Hey Lulon a huge headache collapsed. Her vision was filled with light. Hey Lulon was on high alert. Her squinted eyes slowly widened. After adapting to the light, she found that Fang Yuan was standing beside her, and that southern border righteous path goo immortal was being attacked by Fairy Meow Een and Lady Black Tigress. I'm safe. Hey Lulon let out a breath of air. Her mind relaxed. The joy of escaping from death's door soon faded. She, who had an ambitious nature, only took a glance at Fang Yuan before sitting cross-legged on the ground and healing her injuries. For He Lulan, the situation earlier was extremely dangerous. The heavy injuries on her body showed how dangerous it was. Her life was hanging by a thread. Fang Yuan did not heal her. Other than man as before immortal goo, Fang Yuan had no other healing methods. If Fang Yuan was injured himself, other than man as before, he might be able to transform into an ancient desolate beast and rely on the ancient desolate beast's self-recovery ability to heal his injuries. But for He Lulan, this transformation path method would not work. The battle soon ended. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress were both rank 7 experts. The two of them attacked the other rank 7 Gu Immortal together. They had the upper hand. And this rank 7 Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortal cultivated formation path. Setting up Gu formations was his specialty, but if he fought alone, that was his weakness. Even worse, his immortal formation was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Once the Gu formation was broken, the backlash immediately caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Under such a situation of internal and external troubles, this rank 7 Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortal soon died on the spot. This was a rare rank 7 formation path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan kept his corpse in the sovereign immortal aperture. He was not in a hurry to annex it. He summoned the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Let's go. We will reinforce by Ningbing. The immortals knew the situation was urgent. Any delay could lead to the encirclement of the southern border army. Precisely so, Fang Yuan did not even merge the immortal aperture of this corpse into the sovereign immortal aperture. He rode on the upper extreme heavenly eagle to travel. When they saw Bai Ningbing, the battle had just ended. The surrounding 1,000 li was covered in snow and ice. Bai Ningbing was in Bai Xiang form, standing proudly at the peak of the snowy mountain. And among her opponents, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. Bai Ningbing actually won against 3 opponents by herself. Bai Xiang killer move, that's right, this is the killer move Bai Xiang. The white terror that once terrorized the whole of southern border. To think that Bai Ningbing is using it again. The injured southern border Gu Immortal was filled with shock. He used all his strength to escape. When he saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle in the sky, he almost despaired. But Fang Yuan did not chase after him. He took Bai Ningbing and escaped. Now that they were escaping, every second counted. There was no need to waste precious time on this rank 7 Gu Immortal. Since this rank 7 Gu Immortal could escape with injuries, and his other 2 comrades were already dead, he definitely had the ability to escape. It would not be easy to kill him in a short period of time. The upper extreme heavenly eagle turned around and flew towards western desert. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move Bai Xiang and collapsed on the eagle's back. She was already at the end of her rope. Although the killer move Bai Xiang was abnormally powerful, it involved a lot of mental energy and expended immortal essence rapidly. It was a huge burden to Bai Ningbing. If that injured southern border Gu Immortal had put in a bit more effort, he might have been able to see through Bai Ningbing's bluff. Unfortunately, he was terrified by the killer move Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was very powerful. It only needed a tiny fragment to revive. It was an almost unkillable white monster. Unless someone could break this killer move, or suddenly kill Bai Ningbing until not even a speck of dust remained. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move and fainted. If not for Fang Yuan and the rest's help, she might have died of mental exhaustion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was proficient in wisdom path methods. He was a great healer for Bai Ningbing's condition. When Bai Ningbing woke up, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had already flown over 100,000 li. You actually came to save me? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan. Her first words were very blunt, expressing the shock in her heart. Bai Ningbing was very clear about Fang Yuan's nature, but she had never expected Fang Yuan to save her. He Lulan suspected Fang Yuan's goal. She had once guessed that Fang Yuan would abandon her. Bai Ningbing thought even more thoroughly. She was sure that Fang Yuan would abandon them and escape alone. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing expressionlessly, saying, "The situation is more serious than you think. All of us were hit by an investigative killer move. That is why you were intercepted by Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals when you were retreating. Although Fang Yuan had perceivable Dao Immortal Gu that could inspect the Dao marks on Gu Immortals, he did not know how many Dao marks the other Gu Immortals had originally. Without this number, even if Fang Yuan could inspect the Dao marks on He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, what was the use? But this time, it was clear from the enemy's performance that they were also hit by a similar investigative killer move. Which southern border Gu Immortal did this? Fang Yuan, you have already become the leader of Shadow Sect. You have inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Can't you unravel it? Bai Ningbing asked. I have already tried. Fang Yuan sighed. Zishan Makoto's immortal Gu were not comprehensive. He had lost many in the battle. Even though he had several methods to deal with this situation, Fang Yuan could not make bricks without straw. He Lulan heard this and her gaze flashed. She thought of Langya's sect. Since they did not have enough immortal Gu, they could refine Gu. As far as she knew, Fang Yuan had a close relationship with Langya's sect. Fang Yuan could make use of that relationship. In fact, Fang Yuan had done so. Not long ago, when he decided to return to help Bai Ningbing and the rest, he had communicated with Sixth Hair. In the end, Sixth Hair did not acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. He suspected Fang Yuan's motive and asked Fang Yuan to saving Wu Xie. After all, only the two split souls of Spectral Soul were left. Ing Wu Xie and Lady White Rabbit were in Fairy Miao Yin's immortal aperture. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan returned. Sixth Hair did not want to cooperate, so Fang Yuan went to look for Land Spirit of Langya. What made Fang Yuan feel fortunate was that after Langya's sect was established, Land Spirit of Langya was no longer as difficult to communicate with as before. As long as Fang Yuan had sect contribution points, he could borrow the strength of Langya's sect to refine Gu. Fang Yuan only handed over some of the contents of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, and his sect contribution points rose by leaps and bounds, in exchange for Land Spirit of Langya refining immortal Gu for him. Under Fang Yuan's request, Land Spirit of Langya gave up on the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style Gu refinement method and used the human isolation style. It could not be helped, under Providence's gaze, if they used the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style to refine Gu. With Providence's interference, they would not be able to refine Gu no matter what. Even though Langya's sect started to refine Gu for Fang Yuan, Gu refinement required a process. Moreover, immortal Gu were hard to refine. They might not succeed in a short time. The situation is even more complicated. I suspect that Celestial Court has already allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path to eliminate us. Celestial Court is using Southern Border's Righteous Path as a tool, but they will not watch without doing anything. We need to be careful. Other than Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals might be hiding and waiting to attack us, Fang Yuan said solemnly. Chapter 1395. Intense winds blew at them. Net, below his feet, the mountains were lush and verdant, like an endless herd of elephants, continuously galloping backwards. On the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's back, Fang Yuan and the other Gu Immortals were not in the mood to admire this beautiful scenery. Their current situation was very dangerous. The whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals were trying to encircle them. Maybe there were other lone cultivators or demonic path Gu Immortals hiding to see if they could take advantage of the situation. Southern Border's Righteous Path could no longer match them. Any rank 8 Gu Immortal or Immortal Gu House could bring huge trouble and danger to Fang Yuan and the rest. However, what made the Immortals even more worried was the Celestial Court. After the Celestial Court took away the Super Gu formation, it did not leave it behind. Fang Yuan and the rest did not know that Duke Long wanted to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. But even though the Celestial Court left, its influence still existed. Its desire to kill Fang Yuan and the rest had not subsided. In fact, it was becoming more and more intense. Fang Yuan's judgment was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest agreed with it. If they were on the Celestial Court side, they would also not let Fang Yuan and the rest go. Other than leaking information to Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals and making use of them, to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Celestial Court would definitely leave behind some hidden methods. It was just that they did not know what this hidden method was. The unknown created even more pressure in their hearts. The celestial court's hidden method was like a blade hanging above everyone's heads. They did not know when it would suddenly fall. Even if Feng Yuan and the rest escaped to Western Desert, this celestial court's hidden method would not disappear. It was likely to follow them. Providence can actually corrode manifested dream realms. Exploring dream realms is simply exposing my own secrets. I even used dark limit and familiar face to disguise myself. I thought I had deceived Providence. This is my biggest failure in the dream realm war. Feng Yuan stood on the eagle's back and stopped using reverse flow protection seal. The cost of maintaining this killer move was too high, and now Feng Yuan was using all sorts of investigative methods, including 3 breaths future sight. As he investigated his surroundings, he reflected on himself, looking for his mistakes and mistakes. No one is a saint. Who doesn't err? Making mistakes was very normal. Rank 9 Venerables would make mistakes their entire lives. Being limited by one's vision, being trapped by one's temperament, being dragged down by one's environment, and so on. No one could always make the right choice in their life. After making a mistake, recognizing the mistake and correcting it is what a hero should do. If Feng Yuan had known about this in advance, he would not have explored the realm like this. Now that Feng Yuan thought about it, he realized many of Providence's plans. For example, his Water Dao, Formation Dao, and Dark Dao realms had all reached the Grandmaster level. But what Feng Yuan needed the most was to raise his Information Path and Time Path attainment levels. Once his Information Path attainment level rose, even if Feng Yuan did not have Information Path Immortal Goo, he would be able to resolve his own problems. His Time Path attainment level had always been ordinary. If he could raise it to He Fan's true inheritance, Feng Yuan's battle strength would rise sharply. Even if it was not Information Path or Time Path, Sword Path, Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Soul Path, it would be great if he could raise his attainment level to Grandmaster. Especially Sword Path. Feng Yuan had several Sword Path Immortal Goo now, as well as Bo Qing's true inheritance. If he was a Sword Path Grandmaster, his battle strength would rise sharply. Unfortunately, he did not. In fact, during the later stages of exploring the Dream Realm, when I was guarding the Super Goo formation, I only encountered some absurd dream realms. Providence erodes dream realms. Dream realms are circulating. I'm afraid that Providence does not want me to advance again. In the 500 years of memories of my previous life, there was no mention of dream realms being eroded by Providence. Maybe this was a secret that had not been discovered in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life. More likely, when Feng Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, his will was tampered with by Providence, causing him to forget about this. I lost my Dark Limit Immortal Goo too. Right now, we are all exposed to Providence. Thankfully, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is fast. There is not much time left for Providence to make arrangements. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Celestial Court, and Providence. These 3 forces were chasing after Feng Yuan, trying to kill him. Feng Yuan was not flustered in the face of danger. He planned carefully on how to preserve his life in this situation. In fact, ever since the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, Feng Yuan had been thinking about this. He had made ample mental preparations. Exposing his identity now was much better than exposing himself earlier. Because in Feng Yuan's hand, there were many cards that he could play. It depended on how he used them. Right now, he was using wisdom path methods. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He was thinking of all sorts of situations and deducing how to resolve them, how to protect himself with the least expenditure. There is an Immortal Goo house coming from the southeast. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing spoke. She had inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. Her long-distance investigative methods were far more suitable than the 3 breaths future vision that Feng Yuan had now. Next, Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. I also found out. This is Ho Clan's Immortal Goo house, Flying Sand Pavilion. She was familiar with Southern Border situation. She immediately recognized it. Next, Fairy Miaoing exclaimed, "They are so fast." Flying Sand Pavilion was one of the fastest Immortal Goo houses in Southern Border's Goo Immortal World. It was even faster than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Feng Yuan and the rest only used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to travel, Flying Sand Pavilion would catch up to them sooner or later. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had already prepared for this situation. He had practiced the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with the immortals in advance. Although they were disrupted by Qi Chu Yu's Gu formation, it was only a small setback. Now that the immortals had gathered again, they could use this method again. Flying Sand Pavilion was moving rapidly in the mountains. This was its unique method. It could use Earth Path Dao marks to reduce immortal essence expenditure and increase speed. Undoubtedly, in this southern border with dense Earth Path Dao marks, Flying Sand Pavilion was like a fish in water. While moving, Flying Sand Pavilion seemed to be made of silt. The yellow-brown silt inside was constantly moving, while the outside was filled with smoke and dust. Ho Clan was not the only Gu immortals inside. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal, Shang Wu Jie. Shang Clan was one of the top super forces in Southern Border's righteous path. They naturally had a rank 8 Gu immortal. Shang Clan's first supreme elder, Shang Wu Jie, had always upheld Shang Clan's tradition of neutrality and had a good relationship with all the clans. If it were Yao Clan, Luo Clan, or even Tai Clan, Ho Clan's Gu immortals would absolutely not give them face and invite them into Flying Sand Pavilion. While chasing, Shang Wu Jie's expression suddenly changed. In his perception, Fang Yuan and the rest had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Did they use that ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Shang Wu Jie's heart jolted. A map of Southern Border's terrain appeared in his mind. Combining all kinds of information, Shang Wu Jie quickly deduced the directions that Fang Yuan and the rest were most likely to retreat to. And in these directions, there were Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals. Wu Yong's plan is not bad, Shang Wu Jie calmly evaluated. Then his brows furrowed slightly. He realized that according to this arrangement, Fang Yuan and the rest would eventually be chased to the northwest of Southern Border. And there, Wu Yong was already waiting for them. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's speed could be said to be the #1 immortal Gu house in Southern Border. However, Wu Yong was able to reach there by using Tai Clan's immortal Gu house beacon tower. Beacon towers were scattered all over Southern Border, and it was precisely by using this powerful immortal Gu house that Southern Border's righteous path could quickly spread out a large net. As for Fang Yuan and the others, they became the big fish in the net. Swoosh! Under the clear sky, for Gu immortals suddenly appeared. They were Fang Yuan and the rest who had used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to teleport here. This is already the 5th time. I have expended a lot of Dao marks. This is not good. The other side knows our location and is encircling us like a large net, rapidly tightening. Should we change our direction and catch them off guard? Bai Ningbing and the rest suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. The investigative killer move on us is the root of the problem. If we don't get rid of it, we will be caught sooner or later. What we need to do now is to use every second we have to break through the encirclement and go to Western Desert. As long as they reached Western Desert, it would not be easy for Celestial Court to mobilize Western Desert's righteous path to pursue Fang Yuan and the rest. Let's go. Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and used the immemorial Desolate Beast to continue flying. Actually, the true ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could cover a huge distance. Unfortunately, the one that Ing Wu Xie and the rest had was not the complete version. In the following series of battles, the core immortal Gu of omnidirectional travel were unfortunately destroyed in battle. As a result, what Fang Yuan was using now was actually an incomplete version of omnidirectional travel. The incomplete omnidirectional travel not only reduced the distance it could cover, it also greatly reduced the number of Dao marks on the Gu immortal's body. Remnants of Shadow Sect. Where do you think you are going? After flying for a while on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly heard Wu Yihai's voice. What? Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face paled. Don't be afraid. This is just Wind Whisper Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, consoling. Wind Whisper Immortal Gu had an extremely wide range. As long as it was activated continuously without regard for immortal essence expenditure, it could theoretically cover the whole of Southern Border. But soon, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was extremely fast. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of the few immemorial desolate beasts with unparalleled flying speed, the distance between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was shrinking rapidly. Using omnidirectional travel saw that the situation was bad. Even though he was still far away, he resolutely chose to activate the ancient battle formation. Against a rank 8 Gu immortal, no distance was safe. After keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle, omnidirectional travel activated successfully, and the 4 Gu immortals vanished on the spot. However, when Fang Yuan and the rest reappeared, their expressions became extremely unsightly. What's going on? We actually teleported such a short distance? Not even 10% of our previous distance. Wu Yong's voice resounded in the immortal's ears again. You have been hit by my wind lock. Omnidirectional travel is no longer effective. The moment he said that, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon again. The immortals felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. The greatest crisis in history was imminent. Chapter 1396. Windlock? When did we get hit by this killer move? We did not sense it at all. The Shadow Sect immortals were all stunned. They did not know how they got hit by this killer move. If not for the fact that the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was not effective, everyone would have thought that Wu Yong was bluffing just by listening to Wu Yong's words. Never underestimate the methods of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong did not have high seniority, even lower than other rank 8 Gu immortals in Southern Borders Gu immortal world. But he had a long history of learning, and had even inherited Wu Duxiu's legacy. Thus he had many methods. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. How does this windlock killer move work? How long can it last? How can I find the weakness of this move and target it? His mind was in turmoil. Thoughts were surging. These problems were troubling him. He had to resolve them as soon as possible. It concerned his life and death. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was getting closer. Wu Yong's laughter could be heard. He was not going to give Fang Yuan enough time to think. The situation was extremely urgent. Fang Yuan needed to make a decision immediately. He thought for a moment before ordering the others. Enter my immortal aperture. What do you mean? Your strength is too low. Fighting a rank 8 Gu immortal is equivalent to courting death. You might as well enter my immortal aperture and research on windlock. Quickly think of a method to restrain it. Fang Yuan said bluntly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. The immortals looked at each other. But soon, He Lulan was the first to enter. Not courting death was naturally a good thing. He Lulan had been worried that Fang Yuan would use the alliance agreement on her to make her fight against Wu Yong and throw away her life to stall for time for Fang Yuan to escape. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would choose to do this? Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress hesitated for a moment before following behind. Because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance, they had achieved something and were now members of the Shadow Sect. However, his recognition of Fang Yuan was mainly because Fang Yuan was the leader of the Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing was the last one. Of course, she wasn't concerned about Fang Yuan. Instead, she was looking at Wu Yong with a hint of eagerness. Bai Ningbing pursued an exciting life, just like how Fang Yuan pursued immortality. This kind of feeling was as hot as fire. It could even be said to be crazy. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if you have Bai Xiang, Wu Yong can easily kill you in an instant. Fang Yuan's tone was urgent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but still took a step forward, entering the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. Fang Yuan quickly closed the immortal aperture's entrance, then urged the upper extreme heavenly eagle to continue flying. Wu Yong's sigh could be heard clearly from behind. Fang Yuan, you are also an outstanding person. You actually had methods to disguise as Wu Yihai and hide in my Wu clan for a long time. You are extremely daring. You are made for great things. It is a pity, such a pity. How good would it be if you were the real Wu Yihai? Wu Yong's sigh was sincere. He still cherished talents. Fang Yuan escaped in front, while Wu Yong chased from behind. The immemorial desolate beast upper extreme, heavenly eagle speed was still very fast in this desperate situation. But clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building speed was even faster. After all, it was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. At the same time, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had a huge advantage. Immortal goo houses would not get tired. As long as there was enough immortal essence, any immortal goo house could maintain a stable state forever. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle was different. After flying for a long time, it would feel tired and sleepy. But Fang Yuan did not need to consider this. Because according to their current speed, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building would catch up long before the upper extreme heavenly eagle felt tired and slowed down. How many people are left? Call them out. Fang Yuan's back was facing the front as he faced Wu Yong. The auras of all kinds of goo worms on his body rapidly rose and lingered around him. Don't worry, I am alone. Wu Yong smiled before activating the immortal goo house. Green bamboo leaves flew out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, turning into wind arrows that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the upper extreme heavenly eagle to fly up and descend at times, flying around in the air and skillfully dodging the wind arrows. Not bad. Your flying foundation is solid. Your enslavement path methods are even more eye-catching. Wu Yong praised generously. Fang Yuan, however, sensed something amiss. There was a gust of wind lingering around his body. It was indiscernible at first, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Not only him, even the upper extreme heavenly eagle's wings were shrouded in 2 lumps of green wind, greatly hindering its flying speed. Wu Yong's continuous attacks forced me to dodge and change directions. Although the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed did not decrease, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is chasing in a straight line. And this lump of wind on its body, it is probably the so-called wind-lock killer move. It can actually absorb the scattered fierce winds in the air to increase its power. Wu Yong's attacks could not hit Fang Yuan, but he had already achieved his goal. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. Still no solution? Fang Yuan asked the Shadow Sect members in the Immortal Aperture. Difficult. I just had a little idea. Clearly, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is no small matter. A bunch of nonsense. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth at this time. He heard Wu Yong speak. You must be thinking of how to break through my killer move wind lock right now, right? There is no harm in telling you the truth. Once this move is used, it cannot be moved, but its range is very wide, covering over 100,000 li. It also has a time limit. It can only last for 15 minutes. Wu Yong spoke frankly. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart sank. Wu Yong's actions showed his strong confidence. He felt that Fang Yuan had already fallen into his hands, unable to escape. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building attacked indiscriminately, finally catching up. Wu Yong smiled. Standing at the window of the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, he pointed his index finger at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, finger wind dragon. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm was extremely fast, flying towards Fang Yuan. While flying, it suddenly expanded, its body rapidly expanding. 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a 220 feet long vicious wind dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it crashed towards the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not dodge in time. It was about to be hit by the finger wind dragon, but at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan stepped forward. He actually took the initiative to block the blade and crash into the finger wind dragon. Wu Yong was stunned, followed by shock. Because after the finger wind dragon crashed into Fang Yuan, it did not cause any damage to the latter. What was even more unbelievable was that the finger wind dragon turned around and returned to its original path, directly attacking its owner. Boom! With a loud sound, the finger wind dragon crashed into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The immortal goo house shook intensely. Its speed was reduced by more than half. And the finger wind dragon also completely collapsed. Fang Yuan took the chance to fly onto the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, increasing the distance between them by a large margin. Wu Yong saw that he was wearing an immortal robe. A ribbon was fluttering in the wind. His aura was ethereal and powerful. He was shocked to an indescribable degree. This killer move, don't tell me it is? Wu Yong was also speechless. Although he had not personally participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the information of this battle had been leaked as Lu Guanyi became famous in the 5 regions. Wu Yong recognized this killer move. It was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This also meant that he knew the secret that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi, and Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw Wu Yong's astonished expression and thought, "It seems that Celestial Court did not tell Wu Yong about Lu Guanyi's secret. Maybe Celestial Court did not know?" Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed. He could not use it anymore. It would affect his interpersonal relationships in Northern Plains. But there was no helping it. Against a rank 8 grade expert, Fang Yuan could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to stand his ground. If he used other methods, he would be easily killed by Wu Yong. Although Wu Yong suffered a setback, his gaze towards Fang Yuan quickly became heated. Fang Yuan was not only Wu High, he had the background of Shadow Sect, he also had Reverse Flow River and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. As long as they could capture him, the foundation and wealth he possessed would definitely allow the strength of the entire Wu clan to skyrocket. Wu Yong was tempted by the huge benefits. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was related to the biggest scandal of Wu clan in recent years. Good. It was not a waste of my effort to control the situation and create a situation where you and I can fight alone. Wu Yong growled as he controlled the Immortal Gu House to bombard Fang Yuan, chasing after it again. The damage of Wintlock was reflected by Fang Yuan onto Wu Yong. But the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle still had Wintlock on it. While Wu Yong was being carried by Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, it had no effect on this dangerous situation. This time, Wu Yong directly controlled the Immortal Gu House to collide with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan sighed, blocking in front of the Immortal Gu House without dodging. Wu Yong chuckled, flying out of the Immortal Gu House to fight Fang Yuan. At the same time, the Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building targeted the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Although Wu Yong was not in Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, he had left his will and a large amount of immortal essence in the Immortal Gu House. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building fought, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's situation was even worse. After fighting, he thoroughly experienced the power of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Under Wu Yong's attacks, Fang Yuan could only passively take a beating, unable to retaliate. After a dozen or so rounds, Wu Yong thoroughly recognized Fang Yuan's powerful defense. Reverse Flow Protection Seal gave him a huge headache. Any attack that landed on Fang Yuan would be reflected back, even punches and kicks were the same. Wu Yong immediately focused his gaze on the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. This immemorial desolate beast was the breakthrough point of this battle. After realizing this, Wu Yong split some of his attention to firmly suppress Fang Yuan, before using an immortal killer move to attack the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain. Its speed was astonishing, but its master was trapped here. How could it escape? However, immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was still alive and kicking after enduring several of Wu Yong's moves. Oh no! But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagles will gradually gain the upper hand against a strong enemy. It wanted to escape. Right at this moment, this will finally reach a qualitative change, causing Fang Yuan's killer move 180 slaves to fail. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was no longer restrained. It immediately flapped its wings and escaped. Fang Yuan was left behind, facing Wu Yong and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building alone. You still haven't researched it? Fang Yuan shouted at the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals in his immortal aperture. How can there be any results in such a short time? Bai Ningbing and the rest were also very depressed. Wu Yong pounced. Don't even think of releasing them in front of me and using omnidirectional travel. Sure enough, in the following battle, Fang Yuan had no chance at all. After several more rounds, Wu Yong suddenly spread his arms, activating the immortal battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He was trapped in an unfamiliar battlefield, unable to escape. If you surrender and offer up all of your cultivation accumulation, you might have a chance to live, Feng Yuan. Wu Yong gave an ultimatum. Feng Yuan's expression was ashen. This was truly a desperate situation. His only hope now was to rely on Ing Wuxia and the rest to find an opportunity to use omnidirectional travel. He should be able to pass through this battlefield. But just as Wu Yong was about to attack again, his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards a certain direction. "Who is it? Come out." A sigh was heard. A Gu immortal appeared. Central Continent's aura was spreading everywhere. Feng Yuan and Wu Yong were both shocked when they saw this person. Chapter 1397. A middle-aged Gu immortal appeared in front of Feng Yuan and Wu Yong. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His brows were long and sharp. His eyes were shining with divine light. His lips curled into a gentle smile. He was elegant but did not lose his domineering aura. But at this moment, there was a trace of melancholy on his face. It was the famous Central Continent Gu immortal, the pillar of Spirit Affinity House, Sound Path Rank 7, the one who could fight Rank 8, Feng Zhege. Why was he here? Wu Yong and Feng Yuan were shocked. Feng Zhege's appearance and deeds had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Thus, even though this was the first time Wu Yong had seen Feng Zhege, he quickly recognized Feng Zhege. After all, a Rank 7 Gu immortal who could fight Rank 8, this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. If not for Feng Yuan's other identity, Lu Guan Yi, Feng Zhege might still be the most outstanding. Wu Yong quickly concealed his shock. He sneered at Feng Zhege. A Central Continent Gu immortal actually dares to appear in front of me. Good, very good. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Celestial Court gained the most. They took away many immortal Gu of Southern Border's righteous path. Feng Zhege was currently affected by this matter. He incurred Wu Yong's enmity. Feng Yuan's gaze was also focused on Feng Zhege. This was not the first time he saw Feng Zhege. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had already engraved Feng Zhege's appearance in his heart. There was no helping it. Feng Zhege's brilliance in the 5 regions' chaotic war even surpassed ordinary Rank 8 Gu immortals. Unfortunately, he died in Langya Blessed Land. His death directly caused a huge uproar. The Central Continent was shaken, and the other 4 regions rejoiced. After being reborn into this world, Feng Yuan had also seen Feng Zhege. In that strange thieving heaven true inheritance space in Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan had saved Feng Zhuji's life due to a freak combination of factors. He should have died in the thieving heaven true inheritance space because of Qin Baishang's suicidal attack. But after Feng Yuan's rebirth, everything changed. From this perspective, although Feng Yuan's actions were unintentional, he was indeed Feng Zhege's savior. But so what if he was her savior? In this world, there were many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Feng Yuan stared at Feng Zhege. Not daring to be careless, he shouted coldly, "Feng Zhege, are you the person that the Celestial Court arranged to assassinate me?" Feng Zhege glanced at Wu Yong before fixing his gaze on Feng Yuan. Seeing Feng Yuan again, and under such circumstances, Feng Zhege was filled with emotions. Feng Yuan's progress was too fast. The first time, when Feng Zhege learned of Feng Yuan, the latter had just snatched Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter and became the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Zhege knew Feng Yuan's name because of his daughter, but he did not care about it at all. Why? Because back then, Feng Yuan was just a mortal. Immortals and mortals were like the clouds and mud of heaven and earth. They were not on the same level. It could even be said that to be able to attract the attention of a Grand Gu immortal like Feng Zhege, this was already a great honor for a mortal like Feng Yuan. But the development of events was out of Feng Zhege's expectations. Feng Yuan committed huge crimes and repeatedly brought disaster to the world. His identity was exposed. He was an otherworldly demon, possessed spring-autumn cicada, and even inherited Giant Sun's true inheritance. Especially Feng Yuan's rapid progress, from a mortal to an immortal, and then to an expert among Gu immortals, it was like a matter of one step. Many Gu immortals worked for countless years, but could not achieve such results. But it seemed that Feng Yuan easily achieved it. The first time they met, Feng Zhege's life was actually saved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan conveniently inherited one of thieving heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment. Afterwards, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Feng Yuan played an extremely important role. To think that Lu Guanyi is also Feng Yuan. The great era is coming, heroes are emerging. Feng Yuan is currently the most dazzling one. Seeing Feng Yuan again, Feng Jiege sized him up and evaluated him in his mind. At the same time, he spoke with a bitter smile. I came all the way from Central Continent to chase an immortal goo that thieving heaven demon Venerable used. I did not expect to run into this matter. That means, he is not someone sent by the Celestial Court? Feng Yuan frowned. With Feng Jiege's personality and style, he had no need to deceive Feng Yuan at this crucial moment. But Wu Yong did not believe him, he sneered. To think that Feng Jiege has a hypocritical side. When I used the battlefield killer move, if you did not want to participate, you could have easily escaped and not been involved in the battle. Feng Jiege nodded. That's right. I came here of my own accord because I owe Feng Yuan a life. If I did not run into him, it would have been fine, but since I ran into him, I had to help him. What? Wu Yong was stunned. Feng Yuan was also stunned. Wu Yong asked in disbelief, Did I hear wrongly? You owe him a life, so you want to help him? Ha ha ha. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Feng Jiege was a Central Continent Gu immortal, a member of the 10 great ancient sects. Everyone thought that he would become a member of the Celestial Court in the future. He actually wanted to save Feng Yuan. What kind of person was Feng Yuan? An otherworldly demon, a demonic scoundrel ranked at the top of the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Feng Jiege actually wanted to help him? This was simply the greatest joke in the world. Not only did Wu Yong laugh loudly, even Feng Jiege's smile became wider. Wu Yong saw Feng Jiege's smile. His laughter gradually stopped as his expression turned solemn. He knew. Feng Jiege was serious. This person was simply insane. A righteous path Gu immortal wanted to help a demonic scoundrel. Feng Jiege was not an ordinary righteous path Gu immortal. He was a superstar of the righteous path. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, people already saw him as a quasi-rank 8 great expert. His reputation in Central Continent and even the 5 regions was huge. And Feng Yuan was also not an ordinary demonic path member. These last years, he was the most famous person in the entire world. He was a complete otherworldly demon, possessing spring-autumn cicada, reverse flow river, giant sun's true inheritance, thieving heaven's true inheritance. He snatched Hu immortal blessed land from under the noses of Central Continent's 10 great sections. He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower in Northern Plains. He came to Southern Border and defeated Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, seizing the fruits of victory. Recently, he successfully infiltrated Wu Clan, and after the Battle of the Dream Realm, he became the leader of Shadow Sect. Feng Jiege wanted to help a person like Feng Yuan? Wu Yong was also a righteous path Gu immortal. He put himself in Feng Yuan's shoes and thought about it. Even if Feng Yuan saved his life, how much pressure would it be for him to help Feng Yuan? This pressure did not just come from his faction. It also came from his wife and children, his sect, Central Continent's Celestial Court, and even all the Gu immortals in the world. No, Feng Jiege is different from me. He is not a proper righteous path Gu immortal. He was a demonic path Gu immortal in his early years. Wu Yong suddenly thought of this. Demonic path scoundrel. He is truly crazy. He cannot be reasoned with. Wu Yong was furious. Feng Yuan thought of Feng Jiege's life. In his early years, Feng Jiege was an inconspicuous secluded cultivator without any fame. He cultivated sound path. His determination never wavered. He invested his life in it. Once, he sang loudly in a nameless valley, causing 2 other Gu immortals to sing together. At that time, it was night time. The moon was high in the sky. A cool breeze was blowing, causing a small lake in the valley to sparkle. As the 3 Gu immortals sang together, time passed rapidly. They sang until dawn. After the 3 immortals finished singing, they laughed loudly. But they did not meet. They left after their spirits were exhausted. A few years later, Feng Jiege learned of these 2's names and origins. At that time, there were rumors in Central Continent's Gu immortal world that these 2 had stolen a rank 7 immortal Gu from Black Heaven Temple. They were demonic path Gu immortals. They were being pursued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Fengjiuge went to help them. Those two Gu immortals were at their wits' end. Seeing that Fengjiuge came to help, they were moved but also curious. They asked Fengjiuge why he did this. Fengjiuge said, "A few years ago, I sang with you too. I sang the bright moon. You two sang the green mountain and white lake respectively. The cool breeze and bright moon shone upon one's heart. To be able to sing such a song, how can you be a despicable person who covets immortal goo? I believe in you too." The two heard this and were moved to tears. One of them said, "You know us well. We had originally inherited this rank 7 immortal goo from a true inheritance, but we were falsely accused by Black Heaven Temple. Black Heaven Temple is one of the 10 great ancient sects of the righteous path. No one can doubt its words." The other urged Fengjiuge, "Friend, we only sang a song together. We have never met before. We have gotten ourselves into trouble. We have no hope of escaping. Leave now, there is still time." Fengjiuge shook his head. He insisted on staying and helping. The two immortals said anxiously, "If you don't leave, you will also be falsely accused of being a demon." Fengjiuge smiled. "Whether I am a demon or not, whether I am righteous or not, heaven and earth have their own Fengjiuge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are all in my heart." The two immortals were moved, and in admiration, they were moved to tears. Fengjiuge's poem was not famous at that time, but afterwards, he attacked Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals, winning each time. The matter became bigger and bigger. The other 9 great ancient sects heard about it and supported Black Heaven Temple. They felt huge pressure from the public. Fengjiuge declared that he wanted to challenge Central Continent's heroes and roam the world. The 10 sects challenged him one by one. They lost consecutively. They had no choice but to work together to resist him. Fengjiuge was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly changed his target and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 sects to be in a mess. They could do nothing about it. Eventually, Spirit Affinity House took action. The current generation fairy Bai Qing used her emotions to influence Fengjiuge, making him a member of Spirit Affinity House. In the past, Fengjiuge was willing to sacrifice himself to help 2 Gu immortals that he had never met before. Instead, he was falsely accused of being a demonic path scoundrel. But now, why could Fengjiuge not help the demon Fengyuan? Especially when Fengyuan was his benefactor. The former Fengjiuge was still the current Fengjiuge. Fengyuan understood why Fengjiuge sighed earlier. Fengjiuge had wanted to help Fengyuan since long ago, but he had to consider his wife and daughter, as well as his own situation. Back then, he had probably planned to act secretly, but unfortunately, his whereabouts were exposed by Wu Yong. This forced Fengjiuge to make a choice. Just like the choice he had made in the past, he made the same choice. Demonic or not, righteous or not, heaven and earth had its own Fengjiuge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are in my heart. Demonic path, righteous path, these two factions, these two identities, they cannot restrain me, Fengjiuge. To leave or to stay, to me, Fengjiuge, leaving is the death of my heart, staying is the life of my heart. I do everything according to my heart. I am me. I am Fengjiuge. I have always been. Chapter 1398. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Haha. Within the immortal battlefield killer move, Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with anger. Evidently, he was very angry at Fengjiuge for helping Fengyuan. Good. Very good. Although you two are only rank 7 Gu immortals, you have rank 8 battle strength. Today, I'll have a good taste of what kind of skills you two have. The pride and confidence of a rank 8 Gu immortal made the killing intent in Wu Yong's heart even more intense. He did not believe he would lose, even if he fought 1 against 2. So what? He, Wu Yong, was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while the other 2 were merely rank 7. How could the gap between rank 7 and rank 8 be so easily crossed? Moreover, he had an immortal Gu house with him. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Rank 8 immortal Gu house. A rank 8 Gu immortal with a rank 8 immortal Gu house. How could he lose? Wu Yong could not think of a reason why he would lose. The battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Feng Zhege slowly floated towards Wu Yong, saying to Feng Yuan without turning his head, "You once saved my life. Now I am returning it to you. Now that we have settled our grudges, leave. Whether you can break out of here and escape will depend on your own luck." Feng Yuan was surprised. It seemed that Feng Zhege did not want to cooperate with him, but wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Okay. Feng Yuan immediately retreated to a corner. What kind of person was he? How could he not take advantage of the situation? Seeing Feng Zhege facing him alone, Wu Yong inwardly sighed in admiration, saying, "Good, then let me meet the famous Central Continent genius." Saying so, he stored the Immortal Goo House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. This Rank 8 Immortal Goo House was his trump card. Constructed from several Rank 8 Immortal Goo, the Immortal Essence expenditure was enormous. Previously, Wu Yong had activated it for a long time in order to set up a trap and chase after Feng Yuan. This time, Wu Yong stored the Immortal Goo House into his Immortal Aperture. It was like an unsheathed divine sword. His opponent would never know when Wu Yong would use this trump card. He would definitely feel fear and pressure. At the same time, it also showed Wu Yong's confidence and pride. He was willing to fight Feng Zhege alone. His fighting spirit was overflowing, and he was eager to give it a try. Wu Yong's body was suddenly surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and then it started to fade away. Feng Zhege and Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was Wu Yong's immortal killer move. What incredible speed! Moreover, his aura was concealed to the extreme earlier. Whether it was Feng Zhege or Feng Yuan, they did not sense it at all. Feng Zhege quickly retreated, cautiously pulling apart the distance between him and Wu Yong. Against a Rank 8 Goo Immortal, how could he dare to be careless? Especially when it was an immortal killer move. If he did not probe it first, he would definitely be acting rashly. The gust of wind subsided, turning into a gentle breeze. The gentle breeze continued to move, condensing into a huge figure in the blink of an eye. They looked like humans, but were tall and mighty like elephants. Their muscles were bulging like rocks. They were green-black in color, with sharp teeth in their mouths, and a pair of monstrous arms as thick as pillars, hanging down to the soles of their feet. Their bodies were covered in green fur, and their eyes were pitch-black in color. Immortal Killer Move, Soft Hard Wind Chief. Wu Yong used this move and created 6 wind chiefs. Some of the wind chiefs screamed loudly, emitting the sound of the gust of wind, while some shrieked sharply, almost piercing people's eardrums. They split into 2 groups. One group had 3 wind chiefs, not only pouncing towards Feng Zhege, they also did not let Feng Yuan go. Feng Zhege wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Wu Yong had his own pride. He wanted to fight with all his strength and take care of both Feng Zhege and Feng Yuan. Feng Zhege saw the killer move's appearance, and a sharp light flashed past his eyes. He did not retreat. He raised his palm and attacked from afar. Clang, clang, clang. Every time he struck with his palm, there would be a melodious sound of a great bell. The sound waves vibrated and hit the bodies of the 6 soft steel wind titans. The soft steel wind chief was originally aggressive, but after being hit by Feng Zhege's immortal killer move, not only did its momentum stop, it was even forced to retreat. It was somewhat difficult to resist and looked like it was about to lose. This scene made Feng Yuan and Wu Yong's pupils shrink. They were all shocked. Feng Zhege only had rank 7 cultivation level, but the power of his immortal killer move was not inferior to Wu Yong's. Be it Feng Yuan or Wu Yong, they could see that this was because Feng Zhege had an extremely dense amount of sound path Dao marks. His sound path Dao marks were actually so dense, they were on par with Wu Yong. How in the world did he cultivate? Feng Yuan watched the battle from afar, feeling extremely shocked. Love, go small, say Netka. The reason why he could fight against rank 8s was because of that immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Feng Zhege could fight against rank 8s because he had an extremely deep sound path foundation. Comparing the two, Feng Yuan was naturally much weaker than Feng Zhege. How in the world did this Feng Zhege cultivate? He actually has such a foundation. No wonder he could resist Central Continent's 10 great sects back then, and had the confidence to deal with Wu Yong. Does he really have such a foundation? Or is it some kind of emergency method that cannot be used for long? Feng Yuan thought again. Of course, his main focus was still on Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, as well as the killer move Winlock, analyzing and deducing them. At the same time, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals in his immortal aperture were also working hard. Crack, crack, crack. Wu Yong saw that the soft Vajra Wind Chief's attack was futile, so he activated another killer move. He held a long wind whip in his hand, continuously lashing it. The wind whip seemed to have infinite length. It could be retracted at any time and lashed out, each strike breaking the air and creating crisp sounds. Feng Jioge did not show any weakness. His left hand slammed against the soft Vajra Wind Chief, while his right hand clenched into a fist to resist the wind whip. His left palm slammed against the air. Each strike was accompanied by the melodious sound of a great bell. He punched forward with his right fist, and every punch produced a thunderous boom like that of a war drum. Clang, 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 bam, bam, bam. At once, Feng Jioge was actually fighting Wu Yong. They were fighting brilliantly and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Feng Yuan was almost dumbfounded. The main reason was that Feng Jioge's Dao marks did not lose to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to this level? This greatly defied the common sense of the Gu Immortal world. After all, the biggest difference between rank 8 and rank 7 Gu Immortals was the amount of Dao marks they had. An earthly calamity could give the Gu Immortal 250 Dao marks on average. A heavenly tribulation would give the Gu Immortal 750 Dao marks. A grand tribulation would give 7,250 Dao marks. A myriad tribulation would give 86,750 Dao marks. The difference in Dao marks between rank 7 and rank 8 Gu Immortals was usually extremely huge. The difference between rank 9 Gu Immortals and rank 8 Gu Immortals was like heaven and earth. This was one of the main reasons why rank 9 Gu Immortals were invincible in the world, while most rank 8 Gu Immortals could suppress rank 7 Gu Immortals. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation, the explosive and unimaginable increase in Dao marks would be. Although everyone knew the reason, it was simply too difficult to start from this aspect. Rank 8 Gu Immortals themselves meant that the quantity and quality of their tribulations were higher than rank 7 Gu Immortals. It was almost impossible to have the Dao mark foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal at rank 7. If not for this, the Gu Immortal world would have seen countless examples of rank 7 Gu Immortals fighting rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Feng Jioge managed to do it. If he had a sudden burst of Dao marks, it would be easier to accept. But if he could accumulate so many Dao marks from the start, that would be too terrifying. Feng Yuan observed the battle as he evaluated in his mind. Wu Yong saw that Feng Jioge could fight him to a draw, but he did not get angry. His expression became even calmer. Good. As expected of Feng Jioge. Then, how about you take this move of mine? Saying so, Wu Yong pointed with his finger. His fingertip was aimed at Feng Jioge from afar. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm shot out of his fingertip. The little worm's speed was extremely fast, flying straight towards Feng Jioge. While flying, it expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long. It bared its fangs and claws. It had a ferocious aura that wanted to devour Feng Jioge. It was Wu Yong's signature immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk as he saw this. His body shot out like lightning, retreating rapidly. Finger Wind Dragon's power was immense. Feng Jioge could not face it head-on. He could only choose to retreat and pull some distance, using guerrilla tactics. There was no helping it. Because Wu Yong's Finger Wind Dragon killer move used a rank 8 Immortal Gu as the core. Feng Jioge's Dao mark accumulation was about the same as Wu Yong's. The difference was very small. But he did not have a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Right now, when Wu Yong used the rank 8 killer move Finger Wind Dragon, it was extremely powerful. Feng Jioge could not use those rank 7 Immortal Gu as the core to resist it. Or rather, he could only use quantity to exchange for quality. That was exactly what Feng Jioge was planning. He retreated while punching and slapping, using rank 7 killer moves again and again, stacking them on top of each other to weaken the Finger Wind Dragon, until it was exhausted. But this would undoubtedly expend Feng Jioge's rank 7 red date immortal essence. In contrast, Wu Yong had the white lychee immortal essence of a rank 8 Gu immortal. In terms of immortal essence, Feng Jioge was much weaker than Wu Yong. Rank 8 Gu immortals were stronger than rank 7, not only in terms of Dao marks, but also in other aspects. Immortal essence was just one example. The moment Wu Yong used the finger wind dragon, he immediately broke the stalemate and put Feng Jioge at a disadvantage. This killer move is very dangerous. I can sense the fierce power in its body. I cannot let it get close to me. Feng Jioge had extraordinary spiritual perception. Wu Yong indeed had a follow-up to this move, that was boundless bouncing blades. Once this move was used, the entire finger wind dragon would self-detonate, turning into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. It had extraordinary power. It had once made great contributions in the Purple Blood River formation. Even though this was the first time Feng Jioge had seen this finger wind dragon, with his rich battle experience and intelligence, he could vaguely sense Wu Yong's follow-up move. But even though this discovery saved Feng Jioge from danger, it also made Feng Jioge more passive. He could only retreat and weaken the finger wind dragon from afar. This way, Wu Yong had enough time and opportunity to prepare a new immortal killer move. This was very dangerous. Feng Jioge also knew this, but unfortunately, the finger wind dragon was extremely fast and gave him a lot of pressure. Adding on the 6 soft Vajra wind chiefs, Feng Jioge could no longer interfere with Wu Yong. This is troublesome. Feng Jioge's brows started to furrow. At this rate, the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. Once Wu Yong activated his next immortal killer move, Feng Jioge's situation would become even worse. But at the next moment, a figure suddenly shot out like lightning, entering the battlefield. Boom! The finger wind dragon directly crashed into Feng Yuan's body. Then, it was reflected by reverse flow protection seal. The finger wind dragon that had troubled Feng Jioge for a while howled as it returned to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, who was still preparing his killer move, frowned deeply. Chapter 1399. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? Speaking of the net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The moment reverse flow protection seal was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. The finger wind dragon attacked Wu Yong. Wu Yong gave a shout. His whole body erupted with a powerful aura. The immortal killer move that he had been preparing for a long time was finally unleashed. In Wind Ghost Scythe Claw, he stretched out his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed at the finger wind dragon. Almost instantly, a huge ghostly claw appeared on the finger wind dragon's body. It appeared so suddenly, without any warning at all. The ghostly claw was completely made of wind. It was huge. Grabbing the finger wind dragon was like grabbing an earthworm. The ghostly claw was black like a demon. The claws were long and extremely sharp. They were like 5 scythes. Right now, the claw had the fierceness of cutting gods and slaughtering immortals. The finger wind dragon howled in pain, struggling and roaring under the ghostly scythe claw. After a few breaths of time, it completely collapsed, turning into lumps of wind and dissipating. This scene made Feng Jioge's expression turn grim. The finger wind dragon was no doubt a rank 8 killer move, but Wu Yong's wind ghost scythe claw was much more powerful. If this claw had landed on Feng Jioge, the consequences would have been unthinkable. If not for Feng Yuan's timely intervention, Feng Jioge would still be chased by the finger wind dragon and facing the attack of the wind ghost scythe claw. He would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Wu Yong's expression was also unsightly. His wind ghost scythe claw had been prepared for a long time to deal with Feng Jioge and defeat him. But after Feng Yuan interfered, he had no choice but to deal with the finger wind dragon, wasting this great killer move. In fact, the wind ghost scythe claw did not only have its current power, it had other transformations. It was called wind rope. It could capture Gu immortals. After all, Feng Jioge was on the middle continent side. Wu Yong had spent a huge amount of energy and immortal essence to brew the sinister wind ghost scythe claw just to capture Feng Jioge alive. Once he achieved his goal, he would benefit greatly. First of all, a person like Feng Jioge had been captured by Wu Yong. That would greatly increase his own prestige. At the same time, it would have a huge impact on Southern Border's righteous path. Secondly, they didn't kill Feng Jiuge but captured him alive, so that Zhongzhou State and the Celestial Court wouldn't fall out with each other. Love, go, small, say Netka. Finally, after capturing Feng Jiuge, Wu Yong would be able to make use of him. Not only would he be able to obtain benefits from him, he could even threaten Spirit Affinity House and the Celestial Court. If they could make the Celestial Court compromise and hand over those formations setting immortal goo that had been stolen from Southern Border's righteous path, even if it was only a small portion, Wu Yong's reputation in the whole of Southern Border's goo immortal world would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. It could even directly stabilize Wu Clan's position as the #1 righteous path clan in Southern Border's goo immortal world. But now, because of Feng Yuan's interference, Wu Yong's plan failed. These two guys, if I use an ordinary rank 7 killer move, Feng Jiuge can completely resist it and even counterattack. If I use a rank 8 killer move, although I can avoid Feng Jiuge and suppress him against Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Once it backfires, I will be the one to suffer. Wu Yong's eyelids trembled slightly as he looked ahead. Troublesome. He clearly felt that it was somewhat troublesome. Facing Feng Yuan alone, Wu Yong could treat him like a sandbag and have the initiative. Facing Feng Jiuge alone, Wu Yong could also suppress him. But facing two people working together, Wu Yong felt that it was troublesome. There is not much hope of breaking reverse flow protection seal in a short period of time. After all, this is the first time I have seen this move. I am also not a wisdom path goo immortal. Maybe Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have some experience. They might have researched reverse flow protection seal. Right now, the only way is to continuously bombard them until they're tired of dealing with them. Then, they'll reveal an opening and kill them. If there were no fighter planes, he would create his own. Thinking of this, Wu Yong suddenly vanished from Feng Yuan and Feng Jiuge's vision. He vanished. Where is he? Feng Yuan looked at Feng Jiuge. Wu Yong retreated to advance. Feng Yuan's investigative methods were not good. He could not detect Wu Yong's true body. Feng Jiuge shook his head. He seems to be using this battlefield to conceal himself. He could only get a rough idea of the situation. As soon as Feng Jiuge's voice fell, the entire battlefield suddenly changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strong gales appeared out of nowhere, howling incessantly. The entire battlefield was like a group of formless pythons, running and slithering. Next, wind blades formed. Wind blades with the sharpness of a rank 8 killer move danced in the air, flying towards Feng Yuan and Feng Jiuge. Good timing. Feng Yuan was not shocked. He was overjoyed. His immortal robe fluttered as he charged forward. But the wind blades agilely moved around him, shooting towards Feng Jiuge. Evidently, Wu Yong wanted to get rid of Feng Jiuge first, before dealing with Feng Yuan. This was a wise choice, because only Feng Jiuge had the ability to retaliate. As long as he died or was captured, what could Feng Yuan do with reverse flow protection seal? Feng Jiuge saw this and laughed heartily. Interesting. You think I am a pushover? His tone was not angry. Instead, he felt joy and curiosity. This was something he had never experienced before. Immediately, Feng Jiuge's fists and palms collided, shattering the wind blades. But after the wind blades were destroyed, they would turn into intense winds that howled for a while before condensing into a new wind blade. Not only were the wind blades endless, they were also increasing in number. Feng Jiuge did not dare to let these wind blades touch him. He tried to destroy them in advance. But this way, he would be in a passive situation. Feng Yuan went to reinforce him. This time, Feng Yuan only moved around Feng Jiuge. Many of the wind blades landed on Feng Yuan's body and were immediately reflected. But they did not return to Wu Yong. They directly landed on this battlefield. It turned out that even though Wu Yong was the one who activated it, he was controlling the immortal battlefield killer move to attack. There was a layer in between. Wu Yong became the mastermind. In contrast, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could only return one layer, so the wind blades were only attacking this battlefield. Wu Yong, who was hiding in a corner, was overjoyed. He activated the battlefield killer move even harder. Feng Yuan defended passively, but after a while, his frown deepened. Feng Jiuge had Feng Yuan's protection. His situation had turned for the better. He thought for a while, before breaking the silence and transmitting to Feng Yuan, "Protect me. I will prepare a method to destroy this battlefield." Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment before agreeing. Earlier, he had already deduced that this battlefield killer move was hard to break. With Feng Yuan's strength and attainment, it was hard to see any effect. It would be better to wait for the windlock to disappear and let Bai Ningbing and the rest come out, than use omnidirectional travel to retreat from this battlefield. In that case, he had to stall for time as much as possible. But if he allowed Feng Jiuge to fight against Wu Yong would quickly gain the upper hand and suppress Feng Jiuge. Until he got rid of Feng Jiuge, then he could deal with Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Jiuge had rank 8 battle strength, he still had rank 7 cultivation level. Thus, Feng Yuan came to help. Feng Jiuge started to prepare a killer move. He did not resist. He left the defense to Feng Yuan. This trust made Feng Yuan feel a little apprehensive. Wu Yong saw this and activated the battlefield killer move even more quickly. The wind blades could not do anything to Feng and Feng. The entire battlefield started to change. Thunder started to rumble. This thunder was very special. Ordinary thunder was either rumbling or exploding. But this thunder was clear and crisp. It was like using a gourd scoop to knock on a bamboo tube that was at least 100 years old. A few breaths of time later, lightning flickered as it slammed towards Feng and Feng. "Be careful, this is pure clear green lightning," Feng Jiuge reminded. Pure clear green lightning was only the size of a fist, but it was extremely fast. It gave off a piercing green light. Feng Yuan had to close his eyes. He hurriedly used his transformation technique to transform his human eyes into dragon eyes. Only then was he able to withstand the dazzling lightning. Feng Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now. He had already used up most of his concentration. He could not use ancient sword dragon transformation anymore. However, it was still possible to change one's eyes. As the pure clear green lightning slammed towards him, Feng Yuan directly blocked it. The blue lightning struck his body and bounced back, continuously destroying the battlefield. But some of the green lightning shot towards Feng Jiuge. But when these pure clear green lightning got close to Feng Jiuge, they suddenly disappeared. Feng Jiuge was preparing a killer move. He naturally would not completely trust Feng Yuan. He had already prepared defensive methods. Feng Yuan saw this and felt relieved. He became more proactive in defending and attacked many times. Seeing that the lightning was not enough, Wu Yong changed the battlefield again. The lightning disappeared, and the wind weakened. Water droplets, green and beautiful, floated in the air. They gathered into a fine rain, and once again, they attacked. "This is clear jade dripping wind. Be even more careful," Feng Jiuge reminded again. This water droplet-like wind landed on Feng Yuan's body. It was also reflected back. Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was as stable as a mountain. But Feng Jiuge's side was in trouble. As the clear jade dripping wind approached him, it kept disappearing. But there were still many water droplets that landed on Feng Jiuge's body. Feng Jiuge also had defensive methods on his body. Each droplet gave off a clear sound. As the rain fell, Feng Jiuge's body seemed to have turned into a human musical instrument. He played a beautiful melody. Wu Yong laughed loudly. He revealed himself. He already had a chance of victory. "I have another move. It is called profound, clear, immortal music. Feng Jiuge, you cultivate sound path. Why don't you come and evaluate it?" As he said that, the entire battlefield resounded with the sound of wind. The sound of the wind was gentle and very clear. It resounded in Feng Yuan's heart. At once, Feng Yuan's immortal robe trembled. Ripples appeared. "Not good. This profound, clear immortal music is very powerful. It is the strongest attack among the 4 transformations. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal, it can only protect me. How can it help Feng Jiuge?" Feng Yuan's heart sank. Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move was called 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind. It was created by a Wu clan rank 8 ancestor. It had been passed down well. This 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind had 4 transformations. They were Shaoqing Wind Blade, Pure Clear Blue Lightning, Clear Jade Dripping Wind, and Profound Clear Immortal Music. It was Wu clan's signature killer move. It was very famous and had helped Wu clan dominate southern border for countless years. To be continued. Chapter 1400. Be it shaved clear wind blade, pure clear jade lightning, clear jade dripping wind, profound clear immortal music. These transformations were all wind path in nature. Evidently, Wu clan's ancestor, who created this immortal battlefield killer move, had already cultivated it to the level of comprehending other paths, extending from wind path to sword path, lightning path, water path, and sound path. Wu Yong used this move to great effect. Feng Yuan was helpless while Feng Jiege was in danger. Profound clear immortal music became louder and clearer, while Feng Jiege's music was suppressed to almost inaudible. Feng Yuan had no choice. He had many immortal gu, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and many other immortal killer moves. But against the rank 8 gu immortal Wu Yong, these things were lacking in quality. They could not be used. Only reverse flow protection seal could be considered as Feng Yuan's trump card. Unfortunately, this trump card could not resolve the current situation. Profound clear immortal music became louder and clearer. Feng Yuan's reverse flow immortal robe was shaking. Reverse flow river water was shrinking rapidly. Feng Yuan was shocked. Feng Yuan was more worried about Feng Jiege. Blood flowed out of Feng Jiege's nose, mouth, and eyes. His body was shaking more and more intensely. Oh no, if this continues, Feng Jiege's killer move will be interrupted. He will definitely suffer a backlash and get heavily injured. If Wu Yong's attacks are included, he might even die on the spot. Feng Yuan understood this point, but he could not do anything to help. He was not worried about Feng Jiege, but if Feng Jiege died, he would have to face Wu Yong. Even if the effect of wind lock disappeared in the future, Feng Yuan could use omnidirectional travel again, but against Wu Yong, he would not have much of a chance. However, just as the situation was gradually tilting in Wu Yong's favor, Feng Jiege suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his entire body relaxed. Then, a unique aura quickly rose from his body. Feng Jiege opened his mouth slowly, and a faint singing voice came from his mouth. The tone of the voice wasn't high at all. It was soft and weak, but it clearly entered Feng Yuan and Wu Yong's ears. Then, the song grew a little louder, like a low moan, but also like a faint murmur in a quiet night. A feeling arose spontaneously from Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong's expression immediately changed. His body was covered in layers of celestial-level defense, but when he heard this song, these defenses were useless, allowing the song to evoke the emotions in his heart. Feng Yuan's expression also changed. Although he didn't feel any emotions, the surface of the reverse current immortal robe was rippling with even more complicated waves. This situation was even more severe than when he was attacked by profound, clear immortal sound earlier. Incredible! This sound path killer move is extraordinary. It has the power to kill everything in one fell swoop. I am also implicated. It is better to stay away from Feng Jiege. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. This was not just for himself, but also for Feng Jiege. Wu Yong also made the same choice. He retreated even more thoroughly, turning invisible again and vanishing. Being able to retreat and advance at the same time, this was the advantage of being in the battlefield. Meanwhile, the entire immortal battlefield's attacks became even more ferocious. Profound clear immortal sound, minor clear wind blades, clear jade dripping wind, pure clear blue lightning. 4 types of transformations appeared at the same time, covering Feng Jiege in layers. Feng Jiege ignored them. He used his body to resist the attacks. He did not stop. The song continued. The song was just pure music, but it contained the endless profundities of sound path. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky. It was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. Emotions continued to linger in Wu Yong's mind. He felt even more bewildered. What kind of sound path killer move is this? What kind of power does it have? The song suddenly became softer. Incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted Wu Yong's mind. He had an urge to cry. Unconsciously, Wu Yong thought of a word: parting. The pain of parting, the sadness of parting, the reluctance of parting, the sadness of parting. Parting with his lover, never seeing his friends again. Parting with his loved ones. Parting, the past remained the same. Parting, the old friend waved. Parting, the setting sun shined. Parting, the falling red was sad. The song was mournful at times, like it was complaining about the unfairness of fate. At times, like it was questioning the cruelty of reality. At times, like it was angry, like it was roaring in the heart. At times, it was like it was crying in the heart. Guh. Wu Yong's body suddenly shook. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had an expression of disbelief on his face, because in his perception, he was shocked to find that his immortal battlefield killer move, for pure 4 transformations wind, was breaking apart and separating. The goo worms that made up this immortal battlefield killer move were not destroyed by the song. Even the mortal goo were unharmed. Of course, when Feng Yuan used reverse flow immortal clothing to reflect the attack, the goo worms were naturally damaged, but Wu Yong was also repairing them. This was not a big deal. What shocked Wu Yong was that these goo worms that made up the immortal battlefield killer move were not damaged. But they were not under his control. They started to separate. They were not willing to cooperate with each other. How could this be? 1 or 2 goo worms could not cooperate well. As long as they were not the core of the killer move, it was not a problem. Even if a portion of the goo worms were destroyed, as long as they were not the core, the situation could still be maintained. But now, all of the goo worms were separated. They were retreating. Wu Yong could not control them at all. The culprit of all this was this song. It was Feng Jiuge. Soon, Feng Yuan noticed something. He found that the entire battlefield was separating and breaking apart. Feng Yuan was also very surprised. Wu Yong knew the situation was bad. He wanted to stop the battlefield killer move 4 pure 4 transformations wind, but it was too late. At the next moment, the entire battlefield collapsed. The 3 immortals saw the clear sky and white clouds again. Wu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pale. He revealed himself and retreated, suffering heavy injuries. Immortal battlefield killer moves were different from goo formations. When a goo formation was destroyed, the backlash from the goo immortal was not severe. But when an immortal battlefield killer move was broken, the backlash would be very severe. The stronger the killer move's power, the greater the backlash. For pure 4 transformations wind, this was Wu Clan's famous southern border super killer move. It had unparalleled power. Now that it was broken, the backlash it brought to Wu Yong was extremely severe. Good killer move. What is the name of this move? Wu Yong stared fixedly at Feng Jiuge as he asked. Feng Jiuge did not answer him. He continued to sing. Wu Yong's expression changed again. At this moment, he had no more reservations. He took out the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal goo house contained Wu Yong. It provided strong defense and allowed Wu Yong to heal his injuries inside. The issue of immortal essence expenditure was no longer the main problem. Wu Yong had no choice but to do this. But soon, the shocking reality happened again. The whole of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, under the effect of the song, started to move, showing signs of breaking apart. This was a grand rank 8 immortal goo house. It seemed that Feng Jiuge's killer move was definitely at rank 8 level. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a terrifying light. He could no longer heal his injuries. He directly activated the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jiuge. Immortal goo houses had no shortcomings. They were the crystallization of formation path at the peak. Immortal goo houses charged forward. They had always been invincible on the battlefield. This was not only a fact of human history, it was also a common sense that had been tested in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life. Of course, every immortal goo house had its own specialties. For example, He tribe's dark prison could tame ancient, desolate beasts. Another example was by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 Heavenly Palace. It was an immortal goo house. It had outstanding defense and was most proficient in storing immortal materials. But unfortunately, 33 Heavenly Palace was only an incomplete immortal goo house. It had been heavily damaged and had lost the ability to move. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building naturally had killer moves, but Wu Yong charging at Feng Jiuge was a wise move. After all, activating killer moves required time. On the other hand, charging straight ahead was the least time-consuming and the most direct method. Feng Jiuge used an immortal killer move. Although the effect was extremely shocking, it seemed that he could not leave the spot and could only passively take a beating. This flaw was already seen by Feng Yuan and Wu Yong. Feng Jioge's defensive methods had already been weakened to rock bottom. If he was hit by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building now, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. In this crisis, Feng Yuan naturally could not ignore it. After Wu Yong dealt with Feng Jioge, he was next. Winlock Killer Move's time limit had not expired yet. Feng Yuan entered the battle once again, blocking clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's path. Feng Yuan could not activate Strength Path Giant Hand. Most of his attention was focused on maintaining Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He could only transform his arms and hands into Dragon Claws, covering them with Dragon Scales and activating Rank 7 Dragon Strength Immortal Goo. He had borrowed these Immortal Goo from Wu Clan to deal with Wu Yong. Wu Yong's chest tightened as he saw this. His immortal essence fiercely poured into the Immortal Goo house. Bam! Both sides collided, and without any surprise, Feng Yuan was sent flying. His strength was inferior to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He was sent flying like a cannonball, but he did not have any injuries on him, because Reverse Flow Protection Seal was too outstanding. In contrast, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building lost many mortal goo after the collision. With this gap, Feng Jioge's singing became even more effective. Wu Yong grabbed the opportunity and continued to activate the Immortal Goo House to charge at Feng Jioge. At the same time, he split most of his attention to activate Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building's killer move. Seeing that the Immortal Goo House was about to collide with Feng Jioge, Feng Yuan could not react in time. But right at this time, Feng Jioge suddenly left and flew into the sky. Wu Yong missed, his face filled with anger. Feng Jioge could clearly leave and move. It turned out that it was only a facade. Feng Jioge was purposely showing weakness. The singing continued. Immortal Goo House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building started to disintegrate. From its appearance, it looked like a two-story bamboo building. Although it was a rank 8 Immortal Goo House, it used very few goo worms. It was not like those palaces. The larger the Immortal Goo House, the more goo worms it had. With only so many goo worms, Feng Jioge's singing was even more effective. First, the bamboos started to disintegrate. The edges of the bamboos separated from the main body of the Immortal Goo House. These bamboos were naturally not real bamboos. Soon, the thick bamboo poles that separated from the main body shined with a bright jade light, turning into countless small goo worms. Wu Yong's expression was gloomy. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. At this time, Feng Yuan arrived again. Wu Yong snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge deeply. He then mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and flew away. In a while, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building had already left the battlefield, becoming a small black in the sky. Chapter 1401. Wu Yong taking the initiative to retreat did not make Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge happy. Instead, their hearts sank. If Wu Yong retreated, he could naturally advance. Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge both hoped that Wu Yong could fight them to the death. But Wu Yong did not do so. He very rationally and calmly chose to retreat. He was a rank 8 Righteous Path Goo Immortal, but facing 2 rank 7s, he actually retreated. If this matter were to spread, Wu Yong would lose half of his face. The reason why he did not lose all of his face was because the Goo Immortals he faced were the famous Feng Jioge and Lu Guanyi. Wu Yong needed a lot of courage to do this. Of course, even more was his wisdom. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, for clear 4 wins, was broken apart. Wu Yong suffered the backlash of the killer move and was heavily injured. But he had Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. He still had the strength to fight. However, when he found out that Feng Jioge could move and was helpless against Feng Yuan, he wisely chose to retreat. This retreat was just right. It could even be said that it was even sharper than the previous fierce attacks, hitting Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge's weak spots. Firstly, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building only broke down some corners. It was extremely fast. It was impossible for Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge to chase after Wu Yong. Especially Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. It was also out of his control. Secondly, Wu Yong managed to gain valuable time and space for him to heal his injuries calmly. After all, his injuries were not light. They severely affected his battle strength. Finally, Wu Yong could repair Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building and even add some goo worms to this immortal goo house. The next time he faced Feng Jiuge's immortal killer move, he would not be so passive. Although Wu Yong's Sound Dao realm was ordinary, his Wind Dao realm had already reached the level of drawing parallels. He could deal with it through the wind path and reduce the power of Feng Jiuge's killer move as much as possible. That was to say, when Wu Yong chased them again, Fang Yuan and Feng Jiuge would likely face a fully recovered rank 8 goo immortal Wu Yong, as well as an immortal goo house Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building that was specially modified for Feng Jiuge in his peak state. Wu Yong could advance and retreat at will. There was no need for him to fight head-on with Fang Yuan and Feng Jiuge. He retreated first and waited for a better opportunity. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Feng Jiuge were helpless. They were completely in a passive state and could not do anything to Wu Yong. Fang Yuan only had reverse flow protection seal, which he could use. And although Feng Jiuge had an immortal battlefield killer move, even if he had time to set it up, he could not restrain Wu Yong. That was because the latter had the rank 8 immortal goo house Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building. Difference in strength. Even though Fang Yuan and Feng Jiuge worked together, there was still a huge gap in strength against Wu Yong. If it was only Wu Yong, the two of them would have some hope of winning. But Wu Yong had the immortal goo house Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building. His overall strength had risen greatly. The two of them were helpless. Fang Yuan, leave. Right at this time, Feng Jiuge said to Fang Yuan. His tone was very plain. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Feng Jiuge looked at Fang Yuan deeply, expressionlessly, before slowly turning his head towards the black in the horizon. You saved my life in the past. I saved you today. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Feng Jiuge continued. Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. That's not right. If you did not have my help this time, you would have been killed by Wu Yong already. You helped me, I helped you, so you still owe me a favor. But Feng Jiuge's tone was still plain. I said I don't owe you. That means I am at ease. I naturally don't owe you anything. You think this is yours, but remember, if I survive this time, I will definitely make you my target and pursue you. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will not let you off. You have to be careful. Haha. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh loudly. He completely understood Feng Jiuge's intentions. Feng Jiuge saved him to return the favor of saving his life. But this went against his righteous path identity. It would put his wife and daughter in an awkward situation. Thus, after Feng Jiuge saved Fang Yuan once, he chased after Fang Yuan and killed Fang Yuan to prove himself, and also to consider for his wife and daughter. All right, the next time we meet, we will be mortal enemies. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out He Lulan and the rest. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was activated. Feng Jiuge did not reply. He did not even turn around to look at Fang Yuan. He flew towards Wu Yong directly. If Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel to leave, Wu Yong might chase after him. To truly repay Fang Yuan's favor of saving his life, Feng Jiuge risked his life. He went to Clear Jade Dripping Wind tiny bamboo building. Finally, he looked deeply at Feng Jiuge's back as the ancient battle formation activated, disappearing on the spot with Fang Yuan and the other three immortals. Wu Yong, who had been watching Fang Yuan and Feng Jiuge, saw Fang Yuan leave. He could only smile bitterly. Now, he was regretting his previous arrangements. If he was not alone, he naturally had the ability to detain both Fang Yuan and Feng Jiuge. But for the sake of Wu Clan's reputation, he made painstaking efforts and meticulous planning, separating the other southern border righteous path forces, like casting a huge net. He chased Fang Yuan and the others towards his final line of defense. This place was not far from Western Desert. If Fang Yuan escaped now, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to escape. I was careless. I did not expect the Celestial Court to help the demon Fang Yuan. Wu Yong looked at Feng Jiuge, who was flying over. His gaze was cold and gloomy. It was this guy who had ruined his entire plan. Damn it. But the other's talent and status made Wu Yong hesitate. The value of killing Feng Jiuge was not as high as capturing him alive. If he killed Feng Jiuge, Wu Yong would become enemies with the Celestial Court and Central Continent. One had to know that the Celestial Court had evidence that Wu Yihai was Feng Yuan. But if he was captured alive, Wu Yong could rely on this person to negotiate with Central Continent. In fact, Wu Yong already had such thoughts. If he had wanted to kill Feng Jiugu, he wouldn't have attacked at the same pace as before. Wu Yong was not a pure murderer, he was the leader of a super force. What he had to consider was not just the battle itself, but also the countless aspects involved in this battle. Immortal Killer Move. Separation Song. Feng Jiugu was still some distance away from Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. He used his previous killer move again. Wu Yong snorted coldly. He had already added many goo worms into the Immortal Goo House. Although decomposition was still effective, it was much weaker than before. An intense battle unfolded again. Wu Yong quickly gained the upper hand, even though he was still injured. The Immortal Goo House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was domineering. Feng Jiugu could only use guerrilla tactics and use Separation Song to dismantle it. Wu Yong was astute. He had already retreated once. He did not feel any pressure in retreating a second time. As long as the Immortal Goo House was decomposed to a certain extent, Wu Yong would retreat and fly away to repair it. Feng Jiugu's Separation Song did not have any offensive power. After the goo worms were decomposed, Wu Yong obtained them and rebuilt them. The only thing that gave Wu Yong a headache was that Immortal Goo houses were not easy to construct. It could be said that this battle was already decided. There was no way Feng Jiugu could win. Maybe if they fought head-on and neither side retreated, Feng Jiugu might have some hope of winning. But unfortunately, Wu Yong was not rash or stupid. After a few rounds of fighting, he gave up on his dignity as a rank 8. In exchange, he was able to advance and retreat freely. He was in control of the situation. Even a prodigy like Feng Jiugu would be forced into a disadvantageous position by him, and there was no chance for him to win. At the same time, in Central Continent's Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle held Star Constellation chessboard in her hands. Looking at the battle situation on the chessboard, it was the scene of Feng Jiugu fighting Wu Yong. "It's about time," Fairy Myrtle muttered. It turned out that Feng Jiugu's encounter with Feng Yuan was arranged by the will of the stars. With the help of Celestial Court, Feng Jiugu chased after the theft path Immortal Goo and encountered Feng Yuan. Even Feng Jiugu himself was kept in the dark. Even the Celestial Court was confused. They did not know why the will of the stars made such an arrangement. Feng Jiugu's aura had already become weak. He was covered in injuries. He only had the strength for one attack. In contrast, Wu Yong was hiding in Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. He was in perfect condition. The rank 1 Immortal Goo house had only some outer parts disassembled. After the battle, he retreated, then advanced and fought again. A person's intelligence was the most important of all beings. Wu Yong's battle tactics made it impossible for Feng Jiugu to make a comeback. "Feng Jiugu, if you surrender now, I can spare your life and even send you back to Central Continent to be dealt with by Celestial Court," Wu Yong said plainly. Feng Jiugu smiled. "Wu Yong, if you can take this move of mine, I will admit defeat. What harm is there in that?" Wu Yong's expression froze. At this point, Feng Jiugu still had a method he had not used. "Back then, I became famous and obtained the recognition of rank 8 Goo Immortals. It was because of this move that they thought I had rank 8 battle strength. Take a look at my 7th song." Wait, Feng Jiugu. Right at this time, two figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They both had rank 8 auras. Goo Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Wu Yong was surprised. Celestial Court still had a hidden move. This was out of his expectations. In his mind, if there was such a hidden move, why didn't they use it earlier? Don't tell me they just arrived? Wu Yong guessed. While thinking, Wu Yong sneered, "Central Continent people, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Not only did you snatch many immortal goo from my southern border righteous path, you are also protecting a demon." Wu Yong was not afraid. He had an immortal goo house to protect him, and other southern border righteous path goo immortals were rushing over to reinforce him. But who could have expected these two Central Continent goo immortals to come prepared? One of them said, "Even though we belong to different regions, we are all righteous path people. We naturally have to work together. Earlier, we took away the immortal goo because we were afraid these goo worms would be damaged by the demon. We have already prepared these immortal goo. We can return them to their original owners now." "Oh?" Wu Yong was surprised. The other person continued. As for protecting the demon, we have an explanation for that. Feng Jioge, are you willing to accept Celestial Court's orders and pursue Feng Yuan for the rest of your life, not returning him until you take his life? Feng Jioge was silent for a while before speaking. Chapter 1402. There was a boundless sea of sand. Yellow sand stretched into the sky. There was no end to it. The sky was blue and high. There were white clouds in the sky. The lines were clear and sparkling. I have finally arrived in Western Desert. A figure flew out of Western Desert's regional wall, but he did not slow down. He flew straight into the sky. This person had the appearance of a young man. He wore a white robe with long sleeves. He had long black hair, deep eyes, and a jade-like face. It was Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge blocked Wu Yong for him, allowing him to escape. The sovereign immortal body had the ability to freely pass through regional walls, be it Southern Border's regional wall or Western Desert's regional wall. They could not stop Feng Yuan. In contrast, Feng Yuan was like a fish in water inside the regional wall. It was the safest environment. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Using Feng Yuan's strength, they could easily pass through the regional wall and follow Feng Yuan to Western Desert. Thankfully, these people did not have rank 8 cultivation level, and Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had devoured a lot. It had sufficient Dao marks and stable blessed lands. It could hold these Gu immortals. If ordinary Gu immortals passed through regional walls, they would need to rest for some time. But Feng Yuan relied on the sovereign immortal body. He could easily pass through regional walls. He did not suffer any losses. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, even though Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect and inherited a lot of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he also lost the precious identity of Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, and a crucial immortal Gu, Dark Limit, fell into the hands of Celestial Court. And most importantly, he had rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Along the way, Feng Yuan reflected on this battle and summarized his gains and losses. To think that manifested dream realms could be corroded by Providence. If not for exploring dream realms, I might not have been discovered by Providence. However, the Shadow Sect will eventually attack the dream world. Even though I escaped to Western Desert, I lost Dark Limit and was hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move. Most importantly, Providence is still paying attention to me. My whereabouts are constantly exposed. Escaping from the southern border and arriving at the Western Desert could only be considered as alleviating the danger. If Celestial Court and Providence had time to make arrangements, Western Desert would become a dangerous place sooner or later. Feng Yuan would be chased by countless Gu immortals and forces here. Thus, his urgent matter now was to get rid of the investigative killer move and find a way to conceal himself from Heaven's will. Although the Western Desert's Zombie Alliance branch has long since been destroyed, there are still many resources hidden deep within the Translocation Desert. Other than that, there are 2 natural Gu nurturing grounds that can produce immortal Gu, just like Southern Border's Jade Pot Mountain. Bai Ningbing's Isol Immortal Gu was a wild immortal Gu born naturally in Jade Pot Mountain. Under the secret management of Shadow Sect, there were many secret locations in Western Desert. 2 of them were similar to Jade Pot Mountain, meaning that wild immortal Gu were about to be nurtured. Undeniably, these 3 locations were the locations that Feng Yuan wanted to go to. Feng Jioge saved me. The favor is over. His appearance is a little strange. Maybe it's part of the Heavenly Court's plan? If he chases after me, even with reverse flow protection seal, I cannot do anything to him. Most importantly, Central Continent will definitely send more experts to hunt me down. It is just a matter of time. So I need to be fast. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Immortal killer move. Ancient sword dragon transformation. White light blossomed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan turned into a muscular sword dragon with shining silver scales. The sword dragon waved its tail, flying forward rapidly with an elegant posture. Soon, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu while maintaining ancient sword dragon transformation. Whoosh! He turned into a silver line as he tore through the sky. His speed was unimaginably fast. Several days later, Translocation Desert. This was one of the more famous deserts in Western Desert. Like Eastern Sea, there were Icy Sea Area, Twin Polar Strait, Bubble Sea Area, Shark Sea Area, Beautiful Sea Area, and other special sea areas. In Western Desert, there were large numbers of deserts that were scattered all over the place. They usually had special characteristics that distinguished them from ordinary deserts. Western Desert Goo Immortals were familiar with them. Rank 6 Transformation Path Goo Immortal Izwan, known as Demonic Mosquito, was floating above Translocation Desert. He wore a thin black leather armor, he had a sharp nose and small eyes. His black hair was messy like weeds. Not only was it on his head, but it was also draped over his shoulders. He. After following 3 Feather Boy, I might be able to find that Zombie Alliance branch's Corpse City. Pleased with himself, he raised his nose and sniffed vigorously. Found it. His eyes shined. Following the scent, he charged towards Translocation Desert. Seeing that he was getting closer, Demonic Mosquito did not dodge. Right when he was about to touch the ground, his black leather armor shined with eerie light. Swoosh! With a soft sound, he drilled into the surface of the desert. Like jumping into water, he vanished. His vision turned dark. Demonic Mosquito had already closed his eyes. The hot sand enveloped his entire body. The temperature was very high. It could cook an egg instantly and turn it into charcoal. But Demonic Mosquito had his own methods to protect himself. This environment was not bad for him. Even if his vision was pitch black, it was not a problem. Demonic Mosquito was skilled at tracking scent. It was more obvious in the sand. He chased after the scent, traveling in the desert. Guh. Suddenly, he drilled out of the sand and arrived at an underground cave. Demonic Mosquito was not surprised. There were many underground caves like this in Translocation Desert. In the remote Antiquity era, 2 immemorial desolate beasts fought here. The immemorial desolate beast Earth Chi-Bat Camel lost and died here. Earth Chi-Bat Camel was a special immemorial desolate beast. It had 2 life forms. One was a bat, the other was a camel. When it moved in the desert, it would turn into a yellow camel. It was as large as a hill and moved slowly. When it wanted to fly into the sky, it would turn into a green bat. It was as small as a fist and moved as fast as lightning. This special immemorial desolate beast was very similar to Eastern Sea's Sun Moon Kuan Pong. Many Goo Immortals compare the two. Sun Moon Kuan Pong was an immemorial desolate beast that lived in Eastern Sea. Under the sunlight, the Sun Moon Kuan Pong would turn into a giant pong bird and soar in the sky. When moonlight shone on the sea, the Sun Moon Kuan Pong would turn into a giant kuan fish, devouring the sea like a whale. It had a grand aura. After the Earth Chi-Bat Camel died, its Tao marks spread out and engraved themselves in this desert, forming Translocation Desert. In the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved. These Earth Chi were like bubbles in the sea, creating underground caves. Demonic Mosquito was currently in an underground cave. There was no air here. Mortals would die if they entered. They would not suffocate to death. They would be infected by the Earth Chi and turn into rocks. As a Goo Immortal, Demonic Mosquito was unmoved. In fact, he could take all of this Earth Chi. It was a cultivation resource after all. But now, in order to track 3 Feather Boy, he was afraid of alerting the enemy by taking the Earth Chi, so he let it go. His nose twitched as he smelled 3 Feather Boy's aura. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he passed through many underground caves. These caves varied in size. The small ones were like houses. The big ones were like palaces. Finally, he arrived at a special underground cave. The aura here is so dense. 3 Feather Boy should be nearby. Demonic Mosquito tried to open his eyes. At the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Amazing! This underground cave is so huge. It is like a mortal city. The Earth Chi here is so dense that it formed an Earth Chi sandstorm. Demonic Mosquito soon discovered that at the center of this underground cave, there was a dark sandstorm. It was emitting dense immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from Earth Chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material. It is very valuable. Demonic Mosquito was happy and worried. He was happy that he encountered such a huge immortal material. As a lone cultivator of Western Desert, this was a huge profit. He was worried that the earth chi that formed the sandstorm was very restless and had great power. It was not easy to take it. Wait, Three Feather Boy's aura is here. This proves that he has been here before. Why didn't he collect such a large piece of earth chi essence? Demonic Mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk. He thought of something amiss. At this moment, a boy's voice came from behind him. Demonic Mosquito, you finally came. Hee, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly go and test the formation for me. Oh no. Demonic Mosquito heard this and his body shook. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. A feather made of blue light slowly attached itself to his body. Demonic Mosquito could not help himself. He was dragged into the sandstorm by this blue feather. Soon, Demonic Mosquito's miserable cries could be heard from the sandstorm. Three Feather Boy showed his true form. He had a rosy face. He was very cute. He looked at the sandstorm and laughed loudly. Very soon, Demonic Mosquito's screams came to an abrupt end. A puff of blood suddenly soaked the sandstorm, but it was immediately swallowed back by the swirling sandstorm. Three Feather Boy's laughter stopped. He had a serious expression. So powerful. He breathed in sharply, as expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Demonic Mosquito is an expert among rank 6s, but he could not even last for a short period of time. Who is it? Three Feather Boy suddenly turned around, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. Suddenly, a figure broke through the void and entered. Bitter. It is a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Three Feather Boy sensed the incoming aura and complained internally. He observed carefully. He saw that this Goo Immortal was very handsome. He had a graceful demeanor. He wore white clothes and had black eyes. He was extremely handsome. Even though he was a young man, as a member of the same gender, Three Feather Boy was shocked by this appearance. Such a beautiful person. Looking at his demeanor, he seems to be a righteous path Goo Immortal. Just as Three Feather Boy was guessing, Fang Yuan also looked at him. He squinted as he said with a joyful tone, "Good, this is the third person I have met. After eating you, I will be able to fill my stomach a little." What? Three Feather Boy was shocked. He quickly retreated. This is not righteous path. He wants to eat me? Big sister, save me. Chapter 1403. Fang Yuan's words made Three Feather Boy turn pale with fright. He quickly called for help. A figure appeared in front of Three Feather Boy, consoling him. "Brother, don't be afraid. Big sister is here." This female Goo Immortal had a petite figure. She was like a young girl. She wore a green robe with flowers carved on it. There were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears. The pearls seemed to contain water. As they swayed, they emitted a green luster. "My immortal name is Cui Bo. Who are you? Is it fun to scare my brother with lies?" Fang Yuan assessed this fairy Cui Bo. She had the aura of a rank 7 Goo Immortal. She thought that she could speak on equal terms with the rank 7 Fang Yuan. Her skin was white as snow, but the green luster on her earrings made her look somewhat creepy. She had a pretty face, but her nose was slightly sharp. It ruined her image. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, sighing. "I am speaking the truth. Why would I lie? Hee, since you came to me, I will eat you all." The sovereign immortal body's weakness was that it needed to devour apertures. Fang Yuan knew this from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Actually, according to Shadow Sect's plan, they wanted to refine the rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, since it was called Sovereign, it naturally had to surpass rank 9. This was Spectral Soul's ambitious plan. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He only managed to refine the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo before it was snatched by Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's plan, rank 10 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo had no weakness. It was almost flawless. But at rank 9, it had a weakness that was not a weakness. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was an immortal goo. Immortal goo needed to be fed. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo's food was an immortal fetus. What was an immortal fetus? Immortal fetus was a term used in the remote antiquity era. It was like an aperture. Some people called it essence pool or purple palace. Most people called it aperture. What was the biggest difference between mortals and immortals? Immortal apertures were also called immortal fetus, but the term for immortal apertures was more general, using someone else's immortal aperture to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. Immortal aperture paths did not matter, but cultivation was important. For example, now that Feng Yuan cultivated to rank 7, he needed to annex rank 7 immortal apertures to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. When his cultivation level rose to rank 8, he would have to annex rank 8 immortal apertures. The perfect one was rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. It did not need any food. It could truly turn into a perfect immortal body. Unlike Feng Yuan's current situation, even though he had turned into the sovereign immortal body, he could use some methods to turn back into sovereign immortal fetus goo. Right now, even though Feng Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus goo to transform into the sovereign immortal body, there were still drawbacks. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had changed his cultivation plan. He extended the time in his immortal aperture. He gave up on time path resources and avoided the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, annexing other people's immortal apertures to raise his cultivation level. This way, due to a series of coincidences, he ended up feeding the sovereign immortal body. Feng Yuan's words to Three Feather Boy were not false. Along the way, Feng Yuan encountered 3 rank 6 Western Desert Goo immortals. He killed them and captured their souls, annexing 2 of their immortal apertures. As for the last one, Feng Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not annex it. He could only let it fall and turn into a blessed land. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were a powerful combination. They played their schemes. Not only did they trick the demonic mosquito into the goo formation to test it for them, Fairy Chui Bo even hid there to ambush them. If they met ordinary rank 7 goo immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them on equal terms. Unfortunately, they met Feng Yuan this time. A rank 7 goo immortal came coincidentally. He cultivates water path. If I devour this person, I will be able to feed the sovereign immortal fetus for a short period of time. Feng Yuan was filled with killing intent. It was rare to encounter an immortal aperture that he could annex. Especially in Western Desert, Fire Path and Wind Path were the most popular paths. Water Path was rare. It was a stark contrast to Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Feng Yuan was a Water Path Grandmaster, but his Fire Path and Wind Path attainment levels were ordinary. Rumble. Feng Yuan attacked, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self, first style. Strength Path Giant Hand. Immediately, the giant hand pushed apart the air. It pounced towards Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy with an unstoppable momentum. Three Feather Boy shouted in shock, quickly dodging. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of shock. She waved her hands as green acid flew out. The acid was like a spirit snake, pouncing on the giant palm, instantly corroding it and reducing it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left. Under Feng Yuan's control, it gave up on Three Feather Boy and chased after Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she shouted, "Hold on, I am Thousand Transformations Ancestor's third concubine. Why don't you give Thousand Transformations Ancestor face and become friends with us? We can share the treasures of this zombie alliance branch." Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have much strength, or rather, she was very ordinary. However, her identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was related to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though Feng Yuan did not know much about Western Desert's goo immortal world, he had heard of Thousand Transformations Ancestor's name. This ancestor cultivated transformation path. When he was young, he obtained a portion of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance. It had close to 1,000 transformations. Thus, he called himself Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited the Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path goo immortal. He was a famous lone cultivator in Western Desert. His personal tastes were similar to Giant Sun Immortal. He liked beautiful women and had hundreds of wives and concubines. Among them, there were close to 10 goo immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. Just by taking the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, we have to incur Thousand Transformations Ancestors' hatred? Feng Yuan frowned. Fairy Chui Bo dodged as she observed his expression. She said, "Actually, I am here on Ancestors' orders. Sir, you have great battle strength. But to get past the defensive goo formation, you cannot do it recklessly. We have not obtained the treasures yet. Why should we fight to the death? If we delay for too long, something else might happen. Fairy Chui Bo was eloquent. Fang Yuan nodded. You are right. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were overjoyed, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out Bai Ning Bing, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Miao Yin. Go kill these two. I will take the inheritance myself, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ning Bing snorted. Even though she was unhappy with Fang Yuan's orders, she still charged towards Fairy Chui Bo. Hei Lulan dealt with Three Feather Boy. Fairy Miao Yin smiled lightly. She watched from the side and provided support. Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy were completely panicking. They did not expect that there were 3 goo immortals in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, and they were all from another region. This was a rare situation. Goo immortals would not hide other goo immortals in their immortal apertures for no reason. Soon, Fairy Chui Bo and Three Feather Boy fell into a disadvantage. They could not retaliate against the black and white immortals. These are 2 immortals with the 10 extreme physiques. Their methods are truly unprecedented. I remember now. They are wanted criminals, demonic path scoundrels. This person is one of the culprits who caused the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. After Three Feather Boy and Fairy Chui Bo discovered the identities of Fang Yuan and the rest, they became even more panicked. They lost their will to fight and escaped. The black and white immortals chased after them. They soon left this underground cave. Fang Yuan stood in front of the sandstorm. He activated the method that he had prepared for a long time. After a few breaths of time, the sandstorm weakened. It split into 2, revealing a small path. Fang Yuan entered without hesitation. Fairy Miao Yin was still outside, preventing others from entering. As Fang Yuan entered, the sandstorm became stronger again. The small path vanished and returned to normal. A city soon appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Corpse City. At first glance, this was a city made of yellow soil. It was quite inconspicuous. But the truth was, this city was a huge mortal goo house. It was like Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City. However, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was different from Northern Plains. Western Desert Zombie Alliance's true headquarters was an Earth Path Blessed Land. Corpse City was inside the Blessed Land. In the past, Shadow Sect had a plan of 10,000 years, defying heaven and refining sovereign immortal fetus goo, but it ended in a huge loss. The headquarters of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was abandoned. The essence of the resources were all stored in Corpse City. The entire mortal goo house was moved to the bottom of Translocation Desert, and a defensive goo formation was set up. This method preserved most of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's foundation. Not long after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's Earth Path Blessed Land was destroyed by Western Desert's goo immortals. But after plundering, these Western Desert goo immortals were not satisfied. They even became angry from embarrassment, because they did not obtain the spoils of war they had planned. Through their constant calculations and investigations, with the help of the will of the heavens, they finally found the Translocation Desert. They confirmed that the treasure of the Western Desert Zombie Alliance was hidden here, but it was not easy to find the right Earthchi cave. Not to mention the fact that there were many of these caves. They were like stars in the sky, and most importantly, these caves were constantly moving. At every moment, there were old caves disappearing and new caves appearing. This made it hard for Western Desert's goo immortals to find them. Fang Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. It was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 grade expert. Bai Ning Bing, me, and the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. He waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his immortal aperture. Corpse City did not have any immortal goo, but the defensive goo formation had immortal goo as the core. Chapter 1404. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. From its appearance, it looked like a rhinoceros beetle. Fang Yuan held it in his palm, feeling that it was as heavy as a rock. It had a wide carapace on its back and a thick head. It gave off a feeling of strength and power. The forked horn was like a spear that was raised high into the sky. Rule Path Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fight. This Immortal Gu was Fang Yuan's main gain in this trip. Because of his identity as the new leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan quickly refined this Gu and stored it in his Immortal Aperture. Other than that, there was another Immortal Gu. It was only rank 6, it was Earth Path, it was called Yellow Sand. This Immortal Gu looked like a ladybug. Its round carapace had 6 natural yellow stars on it. With rank 7 Immortal Gu Fight and rank 6 Immortal Gu Yellow Sand as the cores, as well as some Mortal Gu, along with the abundant Earth Chi in the Earth Chi Cave and Earth Path Dalmarks, Western Desert Zombie Alliance created a defensive Gu formation. But as Fang Yuan stored these Gu worms, this Gu formation broke apart and dissipated. Fang Yuan took a glance at the storage in Corpse City. There were a lot of immortal materials in the Mortal Gu houses. The most precious was Cold Moon Divine Hero. This was a rank 7 immortal material. Moonlight essence was condensed in the center of the desert for over 10,000 years. In Jewel Yellow Skies, it was priceless. There were very few of them. Even those rank 8 Gu immortals did not have many of them. And the largest quantity was a rank 6 immortal material, phosphorescent wood. This wood grew in Ghost Grim Desert. That was the territory of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. There were a lot of phosphorescent wood. It was the accumulation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Just from this, I can tell how deep Shadow Sect's foundation was in the past. It is a pity that Shadow Sect invested too much in refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, their defeated forces were suppressed and chased by Providence, Celestial Court, and me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Ing Wu Xie and the others had visited almost all of the Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions. The Zombie Alliance inheritance in Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border had all been used up. Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance headquarters was taken down by Eastern Seas Gu Immortals and was firmly controlled. Now, the final Western Desert treasure trove had been taken by Fang Yuan. This was the largest fortune that the Shadow Sect had left in the world. Apart from that, there were some miscellaneous items. Western Desert also had 2 resource points similar to Jade Pot Mountain that were worthy of Fang Yuan's attention. The Shadow Sect had secretly operated them and seemed to have produced wild immortal Gu. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan and Goddess Miao Yin waited for a while. A white-clothed figure pierced through. It was Dragon Lady by Ningbing. She was as cold as an iceberg. Her white robe was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. In her hand was a captive. It was Fairy Chui Bo from before. Right now, she was frozen into a popsicle. Her eyes were shut and her body was covered in a thick layer of frost. She did not move and allowed Bai Ningbing to do whatever she wanted. Bai Ningbing actually captured Fairy Chui Bo. This result made Fairy Miao Yin praise her. Even Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Even though Bai Ningbing only had rank 6 cultivation level, her battle strength was a true rank 7, and she was an expert among rank 7s. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques, together with Bai Xiang's true inheritance, it was several times more effective. And most importantly, Bai Ningbing herself was someone who did not fear death. She had great talent. Back in Southern Border, she fought against 3 people alone, killing 2 and heavily injuring 1. Her battle results were impressive. Now, she captured a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Her battle strength was second only to Fang Yuan's on Fang Yuan's side. Since I captured Fairy Chui Bo, there is no hurry to kill her and annex her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan thought. Firstly, this place was filled with earth chi. There was no heaven chi. It was not suitable to place an immortal aperture. The rank 6 Gu immortal demonic mosquito that died in the defensive Gu formation earlier had its immortal aperture and corpse turned into sand. It had no value. Fang Yuan was not hungry. He did not need to annex and eat yet. And most importantly, Fairy Chui Bo was related to the rank 8 Gu immortal 1000 transformations ancestor. Maybe he could use her to alleviate some of Providence's plans. Since you captured her, keep her in your immortal aperture for now. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. She had no way out now. She was being pursued by Celestial Court and Southern Border. She needed Shadow Sect's help to refine immortal goo. She could only cooperate with Fang Yuan. He Lulan also returned. She had some blood on her body. I burned that boy to ashes. His immortal aperture is also destroyed. Furthermore, the commotion attracted a group of Western Desert goo immortals. I did not fight. I retreated first. Looking at their auras, they should not be ordinary. Fang Yuan nodded. Even though He Lulan had not ascended for long, her horizons were already very high. Her evaluation was not ordinary. These Western Desert goo immortals were experts among rank 7. But it was no wonder. Western Desert Zombie Alliance was also a super force. Its inheritance attracted a large number of Western Desert goo immortals to explore it. It was normal. Super forces would pay attention to it, and don't forget, there was also Providence causing trouble in the dark, adding fuel to the fire. We will leave now. Fang Yuan said this, but before he finished speaking, 3 figures entered from the left, right, and top. Friend, you want to enter after taking Zombie Alliance's inheritance? Aren't you dreaming? On the left, a thin young goo immortal with colorful feathers laughed shrilly. He was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated enslavement path. People called him Peacock Deity. We can leave, but everyone who sees Zombie Alliance's inheritance will get a share. We will split it first. A female goo immortal came from above. She was wearing a white dance dress unique to Western Desert. Her face was half covered with a white veil. Her beautiful eyes were deep and her eyelashes were thick and dense. This beauty was famous. She was a famous fairy in Western Desert's goo immortal world. Her status was similar to Fairy Miao Yin and Xiao Si Lu in Southern Border's goo immortal world. She was called Beautiful Camel Immortal. And the goo immortal on the right had a huge beard. His chest was bare. His back was bare. His chest was firm. His arms were thick. His skin was red like copper. He breathed roughly. His aura was overflowing with vigor. His origin was even greater, because his surname was Dong. Dong clan was one of Western Desert super forces. Dong Lifeng, a wind path rank 7 expert, he was most proficient in tracking. 2 Southern Border, 1 Northern Plains, and 1 Western Desert goo immortal. What a mess. Dong Lifeng frowned. On Fang Yuan's side, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He came to Western Desert with the aura of a Western Desert goo immortal. He Lulan underwent immortal ascension in Northern Plains. She was naturally a Northern Plains goo immortal. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin were true Southern Border natives. Foreign region goo immortals were usually ostracized. In this aspect, Eastern Sea had the best atmosphere. But in the other 4 regions, the local goo immortals were usually very xenophobic. Foreign region goo immortals often had to keep a low profile in these places. If a small argument or conflict broke out, they might be attacked by the local goo immortals. Be it Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, or Dong Lifeng, their expressions were ugly. Because Fang Yuan and the others had snatched Zombie Alliance's inheritance. In their hearts, all of this belonged to them. You two, these are foreign region goo immortals. Why don't we put down our differences and work together to kill these foreign region goo immortals? That's right. Western Desert should be ruled by us Western Desert people. You foreign region goo immortals actually came to our territory and snatched our treasures. Obediently hand over the Zombie Alliance's inheritance, and we might let you live. The 3 Western Desert goo immortals shouted. At the same time, they conversed secretly. Be careful, there are 4 of them, 2 rank 7s and 2 rank 6s. Those 2 rank 6s cannot be underestimated. Their auras are strange. That rank 7 youngster seems familiar. I think I have seen him somewhere. Dong Lifeng's pupils shrunk as he thought of Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan had already shown his true appearance. After all, he knew that he had an investigative killer move on him and familiar face expended immortal essence. All his identities were exposed. He did not need to disguise himself anymore. He is Lu Guanyi. Dong Lifeng was shocked and quickly retreated. Swoosh, he went in again. He disappeared in an instant. Beautiful Camel Immortal and Peacock Deity were stunned. What was going on? Earlier, the 3 of us were still discussing how to fight with high battle intent, but this Dong Lifeng ran away? Did he get hit by the enemy's strange killer move? Or did he retreat on his own? Wait, beautiful Camel Immortal's expression also changed. She also recognized Fang Yuan's identity as Lu Guanyi. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Everyone knew his appearance and voice. Of course, there were differences in the degree of familiarity between the 5 regions. Northern Plains was the most widely known. It was the location of the incident after all. Central Continent also knew a lot about it, because Celestial Court participated in this battle. As for the other 3 regions, some people knew Lu Guanyi's appearance, while others only heard about it. They did not have detailed information. After all, in their opinion, Lu Guanyi was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was not from the same region as them. Like earlier, Fairy Cui Bo could not recognize Fang Yuan no matter what. She ended up as a pitiful captive. Beautiful Camel Immortal recognized Fang Yuan's identity and gasped. How could she dare to stay any longer? She escaped as fast as she could. What a joke. This was a person who could resist rank 8s. How could she be his match? Finding trouble with him was simply courting death. At the same time, beautiful Camel Immortal cursed Dong Lai Feng in her heart. He ran too quickly without even informing her. But thinking about it from another perspective, if beautiful Camel Immortal was the first to discover Fang Yuan's identity, she would have done the same as Dong Lai Feng. After all, when it came to escaping, not only did it depend on one's speed and the enemy's, it also depended on the speed of one's allies. Peacock Deity was stunned. Beautiful Camel Immortal also ran? Not good. At this moment, Peacock Deity felt something amiss, even though he could not understand it. His long years of cultivation experience allowed him to react quickly. He turned and shot out like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His speed was even faster than beautiful Camel Immortals. Before Fang Yuan and the rest could make a move, these 3 Western Desert Rank 7 experts had already escaped in fright. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Even if Providence set up a trap, so what? As long as Fang Yuan had enough strength, no matter how many people were affected, his survival instinct would take over at the crucial moment. Earlier, he had to escape in southern border because the enemy was too strong. Chapter 1405. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. A bunch of clowns. Love, go, small, say Net Kabai Ning Bing coldly snorted. Hei Lu Lan did not speak, but her heart was filled with emotions. Peacock Deity, beautiful Camel Immortal, and Dong Lai Feng were experts among rank 7 Gu immortals in southern border. Even though they could not compare to Old Treeman Bada or Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, they could match Wu Yi Ran. That beautiful Camel Immortal status in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world was equal to Chao Si Lu and Fairy Miao Yin. But against Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8s, this strength was not enough. Unknowingly, he has grown to such an extent. Hei Lo Lan's heart trembled. In fact, her battle prowess had also increased by leaps and bounds. However, ever since she ascended to become an immortal, she had always been hunted down. She rarely had a chance to hold her head high. This time, when the enemy retreated without a fight, he suddenly realized that the strength of his side was actually very strong. The previous encounter was entirely due to the enemy being too strong. If it wasn't the Celestial Court, then it would be the Longevity Heaven, or the entire Southern Border's Righteous Alliance. In fact, as long as they did not encounter a rank 8 Gu Immortal, they could move unhindered with their current strength. In the entire Gu Immortal world, rank 8 Gu Immortals are the rarest. As long as we are clear of the investigative killer move on us, we can go into seclusion and develop silently. With such battle strength as a guarantee, most Gu Immortals cannot stop our development. At this thought, Hei Lo Lan's ambition began to expand again. She had the temperament of an ambitious person and had always been very ambitious. Although she was tightly bound by the Shadow Sect's covenant, it was difficult for her to obediently serve as Fang Yuan's subordinate. All right, we've got everything we need. Let's go, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lu Lan, and Fairy Miao Yin surrounded him. The 4 immortals worked together to activate the primordial battlefield omnidirectional travel. Whoosh! Dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions before disappearing without a trace. Fang Yuan and the others looked again, and they were already on an ordinary sand dune. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky, and the sand beneath their feet emitted a scalding heat. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and waves of air steam blew against their faces. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. It was the translocation desert. At this moment, the four of them had already left him far behind. Right here, we need to rest for a while, Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out Lady White Rabbit. He was now the leader of the Shadow Sect, and he had first-hand information about the Shadow Sect. Everyone else who was stranded in a foreign land chose to follow Fang Yuan's orders. The four Gu immortals flew out, concealing their traces and investigating. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, drilled directly into the desert and dug out a small cave in the soil. This cave was very crude, but Fang Yuan arranged some mortal goo, forming a goo formation. Not only did it stabilize the cave, it also provided fresh air. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster now. He could easily set up this mortal goo formation. It was like a natural instinct. After making some arrangements, Fang Yuan did not waste any precious time. He sat down and closed his eyes. He used every second he had to prepare an immortal killer move. This killer move was called Soaring Fighting Spirits. It was a rather obscure wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan had obtained it from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. This move had one core immortal goo. It was the rule path rank 7 immortal goo that Fang Yuan had obtained from the defensive goo formation around Corpse City, Fight. The other supplementary goo worms were all mortal goo, and most of them were wisdom path. After all, it was a rank 7 immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan was short on time, he was not in a rush. He moved step by step in an orderly manner. The goo worms were activated, forming a profound light that shone in the sky of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As the number of mortal goo increased, the color of the profound light became darker. After reaching the limit, Fang Yuan started to carefully inject red date immortal essence into the fight goo. He did not expend much immortal essence, only 3 beads. The back of the fight goo opened. Its thin wings flapped agilely as it moved its entire body, drawing a bright silver line in the air. This line entered the profound light. Instantly, a dazzling light blossomed. There was a loud bang. The profound light exploded and dissipated rapidly. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed on the spot. Even the battle goo fell to the ground. The killer move's activation failed. The backlash caused Fang Yuan's soul to shake intensely. He was heavily injured. Waves surged in his mind. Countless thoughts collided or self-destructed out of Fang Yuan's control. This reflected in Fang Yuan's senses. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. All sorts of strange or absurd thoughts filled his mind. Thankfully, he was mentally prepared. He endured it. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, the waves in his mind gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan's expression was pale. He let out a breath of air and started to heal his injuries. His physical body's injuries were minimal. His soul was heavily injured, and his mind was also heavily injured. This was not surprising. This was the first time Fang Yuan had activated this immortal killer move. Even though he had simulated it in his mind many times, in reality, it was definitely different from his previous deductions. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash after the activation failed. Furthermore, the backlash was also categorized. Like Fang Yuan's current situation, his physical injuries were not severe. His soul and mind were the ones that were seriously injured. After some healing, Fang Yuan's injuries had basically recovered. Currently, even though Fang Yuan did not have any powerful healing methods, he had enough methods. If his physical body was injured, he had Time Path Immortal Goo Man as before. If his soul was injured, he had Guts Goo. This time, when his mind was injured, Fang Yuan also had many Wisdom Path methods to heal himself. These methods were Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was not affected by the conflicting Dao marks. The healing effect was quite good. Of course, the injury to the brain could not be cured with just these small methods. There would still be some residual trauma, but it was not a big deal. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He continued to try using immortal killer move Soaring Fighting Spirits. He failed again on the second try, but succeeded on the third try. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a profound light flowed like water. It shrunk from the shape of a cloud to the size of a plate. Go. Feng Yuan willed. This round profound light flew down and landed on Ing Wuxie's body. Ing Wuxie was still using that pure dream reality seeker physique body, but he had suffered a huge blow. His battle intent was completely gone. He was lying on the ground like a corpse. His eyes were lifeless and his expression was lifeless. When the profound light landed on his body, it quickly entered Ing Wuxie's mind like water flowing into soil. Not just that, a large portion even seeped into his soul. The entire process was very fast. In just a few breaths of time, the fusion was completed. Ing Wuxie's body shook. Next, his eyes shined with sharp light. Ah! He opened his mouth and screamed, before sitting up straight. Damn it, damn it. He clenched his fists tightly. Veins popped up on his arms. His fingers were cracking. The celestial court captured my main body. They cannot be forgiven. I must take back my main body and save it. Even if it is the celestial court, I will destroy it. Ah! Ing Wuxie continued to scream, before standing up and roaring at the sky. I want to fight. I need to pull myself together. I was too weak earlier. I shouldn't have done that. Oh Feng Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon. Even Lord Z acknowledges you. I also acknowledge you. In the current world, who can destroy Fate Gu? You are the only one with this ability. I believe you can definitely lead us to attack the Celestial Court, destroy Fate Gu, and save my main body. Ing Wuxie's dejection was swept away. He was like a completely different person. Very good. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ing Wuxie's performance had not been in vain. Ing Wuxie's battle strength was rank 7, but he had the killer move Lead Soul into Dream. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not defend against it, and immortal Gu houses could not defend against it. If he had Ing Wuxie's help during the battle against Wu Yong might have lost his life. Ing Wuxie's renewed fighting spirit not only increased the battle strength of Feng Yuan's side, he could even lead another person. This person was Sixth Hair. Langya Blessed Land, a grade Gu refinement hall. Rumble. The earth fire erupted fiercely, emitting a thunderous sound. From the surging earth fire, a figure jumped out. This person had black hair all over his body. He was burly and was coughing continuously. He was in a sorry state. It was the land spirit of Langya. Cough, cough, cough. I failed again. Damn it. If I had used my tribe's heaven and earth natural style, I would have refined the immortal Gu long ago. But that Feng Yuan wants to use the human isolation style to refine the immortal Gu. Damn it. Isn't he trying to make things difficult for me? The land spirit of Langya was indignant. He mumbled to himself. Right at this time, a voice came from the other side of the door. Sixth Hair requests to meet First Supreme Elder. Sixth Hair, what is it? Facing this hairy man, the land spirit of Langya had an amiable expression. I want to help First Supreme Elder refine Gu and raise my refinement path attainment. Sixth Hair replied, his eyes shining with bright light. The land spirit of Langya was most proficient in the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. But this method could not be used to refine an immortal Gu for Feng Yuan. Because during the refinement process, this method would attract providence. It could even turn into calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Only the human isolation style had a chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. The land spirit of Langya was not clear about this. In fact, he was not proficient in the human isolation style. He was a hairy man who was righteous. He had always scoffed at the human Gu refinement method. He did not care about it at all. After all, in terms of the success rate of Gu refinement, the hairy man heaven and earth style was much higher than the human isolation style. The land spirit of Langya was not proficient in this method, but Sixth Hair was. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He was proficient in human methods. But after living in Langya Blessed Land for so many years, he had not shown any ability in this aspect. Until now. O Feng Yuan, since you obtained Ing Wuxie's acknowledgement, then I will reluctantly admit that you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Let me help you. I will refine an immortal Gu for you. This was the area where Sixth Hair could help Fang Yuan the most. Even though exposing these abilities would take a risk and make the land spirit of Langya suspicious, Sixth Hair's life would be in danger. But at this moment, he could not care so much anymore. As long as he could help Shadow Sect, it was fine. Chapter 1406. He had long, wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His nose was tall. His lips were chiseled. He had a cold demeanor as he pursed his lips. It was Ing Wu Xie's soul. Right now, he had already left the pure dream reality seeker physique body. His soul was floating in the air. This body? Ing Wu Xie frowned as he looked at the ice coffin in front of him. This ice coffin was emitting cold air at all times. It was translucent like a crystal. There was a goo immortal sealed inside. She was petite like a young girl. She wore a carved green dress. There were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears. The pearls seemed to contain water. As they swayed, they emitted green light. Right now, her eyes were shut. She was sealed by Ning Bing. Even the thoughts in her mind were frozen. Her life and death were at the mercy of others. This female immortal was none other than the Western Desert female Gu immortal, Fairy Chui Bo, who saw that Fang Yuan did not escape in time and was captured by Ning Bing. Seeing Ing Wu Xie's hesitation, Fang Yuan urged, "In this situation, how can we find a body that fits your requirements? Let's put up with it for now." Ing Wu Xie nodded. "Sigh, that's all we can do. Let's begin." Fang Yuan waved his right hand. A rank 7 immortal Gu flew out of his palm. This immortal Gu had a unique appearance. It looked like a goose egg. The eggshell was translucent. From the outside, jade green light could be seen inside. At close range, one could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal Gu. This chill was different from the coldness of the ice coffin. The ice coffin's coldness was bone-chilling, and the chill that this immortal Gu emitted would directly affect the human soul. Ing Wu Xie's soul shuddered uncontrollably because of this immortal Gu's appearance. On the other side, Bai Ning Bing stood quietly. Her gaze was attracted by this rank 7 immortal Gu. "This is Change Soul immortal Gu?" Bai Ning Bing muttered to herself. Indeed, it was Change Soul immortal Gu. This immortal Gu's history was quite complicated. At the start, it was refined by Green, one of the first spectral souls split souls. He then handed it over to Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Mo Yao. In order to save her lover Bo Qing, Mo Yao used the soul-swapping technique and swapped his soul with Bo Qing's. Bo Qing's remnant soul was rescued by the Shadow Sect and was hidden in the depths of the earth abyss of the Zhongzhou state. He had been trying to heal himself, but he was too injured to return. In the end, he was captured by the Celestial Court. Mo Yao's remnant soul was left in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, along with Change Soul immortal Gu and Bo Qing's Sword Path Gu worms. After that, Fang Yuan entered the bottom of falling heavenly river and used Mo Yao's remnant will to lure out several immortal Gu. Among them was Change Soul immortal Gu. But even though Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to refine these immortal Gu, he knew nothing about Change Soul immortal Gu. Until the will of the stars guided Fang Yuan in his dream and taught him a powerful killer move called Soul Swap in Dream. Only then did Fang Yuan learn of this immortal Gu's effect. Fang Yuan used Soul Swap in Dream to occupy Ing Wu Xie's original body at the crucial moment. Then he successfully ambushed Spectral Soul's main body and took away Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. One could say that in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Fang Yuan made a comeback at the crucial moment because of Change Soul Immortal Gu. Now, this Immortal Gu was used again. But this time, Fang Yuan was not doing it to deal with Shadow Sect, he was helping Shadow Sect. In fact, he himself had become the leader of Shadow Sect. The mysteries of fate were really hard to predict. Before this, be it Fang Yuan or the Shadow Sect, how could they have expected such a situation? Under Change Soul Immortal Gu's effect, Ing Wu Xie's soul was successfully swapped with Fairy Chui Bo's. "What are you doing? What did you do to me?" After Fairy Chui Bo's soul left the ice coffin, she woke up in fear. But she did not have a body. Her soul's screams were just meaningless screams in people's ears. Of course, Fang Yuan heard it clearly. He had soul language Gu worms. They were mortal Gu. He had a lot of them. They were one of Zishan Makoto's inheritances. Fang Yuan snickered as he waved at Fairy Cui Bo's soul. Fairy Cui Bo felt an unstoppable force pulling her entire soul into Fang Yuan's hands. No! She screamed in pain. Her voice was so piercing that even Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. At the next moment, she was restrained by Fang Yuan and sent into the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though Fairy Cui Bo's soul was searched by Bai Ningbing and she had no secrets, Gu immortal souls could be used. Dang Hun Mountain was one such method. Gu immortal souls, especially human Gu immortal souls, had higher cultivation level and deeper soul foundation. When they were destroyed by Dang Hun Mountain, they would form more Guts Gu. But now, Fang Yuan had other methods. It was because of Zishan Makoto's inheritance. There were many soul path methods inside. One of them could refine a Gu immortal soul into a human form soul beast. The rank 7 Fairy Cui Bo would be an ancient soul beast if she turned into a soul beast. If Fang Yuan refined her into a soul beast, he did not need to use any enslavement path methods to make Fairy Cui Bo listen to him and remain loyal to him. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's true gains were in his methods and killer moves. Even though he had many immortal materials and immortal Gu, their total value was far from enough. It was just that these experiences and methods required a very long time to transform into real strength. And now, Fang Yuan was facing the pursuit. What he lacked the most was time. Fairy Cui Bo's soul was suppressed. Fang Yuan stored Change Soul Immortal Gu. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the ice coffin and let out Fairy Cui Bo. More accurately speaking, it was Ing Wu Xie who was in Fairy Cui Bo's body. So cold. Ing Wu Xie shivered. His body was covered in frost. Bai Ningbing waved her hand as the frost on Ing Wu Xie's body disappeared. Ing Wu Xie thanked her as he received the Gu worms that Fang Yuan threw over. A large number of Mortal Gu, Immortal Gu, and Immortal Yuan Stone. You want me to use Lead Soul into Dream? Ing Wu Xie looked at these Gu worms and was surprised. Take them. I know about Lead Soul into Dream. This move is extremely complex. I cannot learn it in a short time. Right now, we are still hit by Celestial Court's investigative killer move. We need your battle strength. Fang Yuan said calmly. Ing Wu Xie nodded heavily. His eyes shined as he clenched his fists. Sect leader is right. I will not let you down. Bai Ningbing had a look of surprise in her eyes. Even though Ing Wu Xie regained his fighting spirit, his personality seemed to have changed. Fang Yuan nodded, but he knew what was going on. Wisdom Path's 3 essences were thought, will, and emotion. Ing Wu Xie was originally dispirited. He only regained his fighting spirit because of it. It was natural for his personality to change. Sect leader, what do we do now? Tell us. Even if we attack Celestial Court, I will follow behind. Damn it. These righteous path dogs. I will kill every single one of them. As Ing Wu Xie spoke, she waved her arms vigorously. She was very excited, to the point that her rather large breasts rose and fell like waves. Fang Yuan pondered. Celestial Court's pursuit is what I am worried about. They are the ones who are most familiar with our information. The Gu immortals they send will definitely be so strong that we cannot resist them. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said this. He thought of Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge said that he was chasing an immortal Gu related to thieving heaven demon Venerable. He met Fang Yuan and the rest by chance. However, this kind of encounter was too much of a coincidence. Feng Jiuge was Celestial Court's backup? It seemed like it, but it did not seem like it. Fang Yuan put himself in their shoes. If I were Celestial Court, I would use all my strength to deal a fatal blow to the remaining members of Shadow Sect. Sending Feng Jiuge seems to be a poor arrangement. Fang Yuan could not understand this. The possibility of Celestial Court making a mistake was very small. Celestial Court had dealt with Shadow Sect twice. The first was the Battle of Etion Mountain. The second was the Battle of the Dream Realm. These were both crucial times. Because Celestial Court made a move, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. Spectral Soul's 100,000-year plan collapsed. Did Celestial Court make a mistake the moment I became the Lord of Celestial Court? No way. There must be something I don't understand. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. At the same time, a person came out of Western Desert's regional wall. He stood tall. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He had a gentle expression and an elegant demeanor. he was very admirable. It was Fengjiuge. With such a rank 8 immortal goo, it is many times easier to pass through the regional wall. Fengjiuge looked back as he recalled the previous scene. 2 rank 8 goo immortals of Celestial Court suddenly appeared and stopped the battle between Fengjiuge and Wu Yong. Celestial Court returned the goo worms of Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong was heavily injured. He could only leave while he was ahead. Fengjiuge, since you have already made the vow, from now on, go chase after Feng Yuan and the rest of the remaining members of Shadow Sect. I will lend you this rank 8 immortal goo for now. Even if you meet rank 8 goo immortals in the future, it will not be so difficult. However, you need to be careful of Feng Yuan. Celestial Court goo immortals instructed Fengjiuge. Fengjiuge was puzzled. He asked, "What do you mean?" Celestial Court goo immortals had a deep gaze. Feng Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. He needs to be killed, but it is far from enough to kill him. Red Lotus Demon Venerable chose Feng Yuan as his pawn. Feng Yuan possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada and is the leader of Shadow Sect. He will definitely head to the River of Time to find the Stone Lotus Island and inherit Red Lotus' true inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance is hidden in the depths of the River of Time. It is extremely secretive. Chase after Feng Yuan. Force him to search for Red Lotus' true inheritance, then destroy both Feng Yuan and Red Lotus' true inheritance. Fengjiuge's gaze flickered. He finally understood the deep intentions of Celestial Court. Feng Yuan, Red Lotus' true inheritance. Chapter 1407. The scorching sun rays were like sharp arrows that shot out in unison, illuminating the magnificent desert. In this desert, there were countless sand sculptures standing. These sand sculptures were made of humans and beasts. Some were fighting, some were lying on the ground. They seemed to be on their last breaths. There were large and small sand sculptures, but the smallest one was dozens of feet tall. There were many sand sculptures. They formed a sand sculpture forest. It was a spectacular sight. It was the myriad statue desert. This desert covered a huge area. There were countless sand sculptures. In Western Desert's goo immortal world, there was no one who did not know about it. It had a long history. It was formed during the Olden Antiquity era. It had been passed down for over 1,000,000 years. The formation of this desert also left a heavy mark in the history of the human race. That was during reckless savage demon Venerable's era. During the 100 Tribe War, people fought here for 100 days and nights. Blood flowed like a river, almost forming a sea. During that era, transformation path was the main trend. During the 100 Tribe War, humans won a Pyrrhic victory, be it humans or variant humans. A large number of goo immortals died here. After immortal fetuses were planted, blessed lands were formed. Tao marks spread out and modified the environment. Gradually, this place became the myriad statue desert. Sand gathered on its own, growing like trees, growing by a foot every year, eventually turning into huge sand sculptures. This was the battlefield of the past, where the 100 Tribe War was fought. The world turned dark and countless lives were lost. Fortune and misfortune came together. Now, this place had become a cultivation sacred land with abundant resources. Every sand sculpture was an immortal material that was filled with transformation path Tao marks as long as it was 60 feet tall. The immortal apertures here were already gone. Over 1,000,000 years, these blessed lands were either destroyed by calamities and tribulations or plundered by goo immortals. But here, there were a vast number of wild goo worms. There were even wild immortal goo. Nobody dared to enter this place. The environment here was rich in Tao marks. Mortal goo masters could not enter easily. To them, the environment itself was filled with danger. And when Western Desert goo immortals came here, they would often take a detour and avoid this place. The reason they did so was related to one person, Thousand Transformations ancestor. This rank 8 goo immortal who cultivated transformation path had occupied this place for 1,000 years. No one dared to offend the might of a rank 8. Myriad Statue Desert was Thousand Transformations ancestors' territory. Any goo immortal who entered without permission would have to be mentally prepared to face the wrath of a rank 8. In the depths of the desert, in the Thousand Statues Palace. In the depths of the hall, In a dark corner, miserable howls of pain resounded. Roar! Thousand Transformations' ancestor raised his head and roared, as if he was in great pain, his expression sinister and terrifying. Every roar set off a surging sound wave that spread in all directions. However, every time these sound waves struck the surroundings of the palace, a thin layer of light would appear on the surface of the palace, rapidly absorbing and dissolving the sound waves. They were only separated by a single wall, but it was like two different worlds. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' movements could not be heard at all. Ouch! Intense pain. The unbearable pain continuously assaulted Thousand Transformations' ancestors' body and mind. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he finally couldn't take it anymore, rolling on the ground in pain. If other Gua mortals saw this, they would be shocked. What was the reason for Thousand Transformations' ancestor, a rank 8 Gua mortal, to suffer such torture, to the point where he lost all of his prestige as a rank 8? Clang clang. More than 10 thick chains bound Thousand Transformations' ancestors' body and limbs. The other ends of the chains were deeply inserted into the surrounding walls. From the looks of it, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was actually imprisoned. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, I will go crazy. The intense pain will devour all of my rationality. I will become a lunatic. The first rank 8 myriad tribulation is already so terrifying. How will I deal with the next two? Damn it. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' eyes were filled with a final trace of clarity, struggling. Using this trace of clarity and rationality, Thousand Transformations' ancestor finally made a decision. Immortal Killer Move. Cutting Flesh Transformation. He activated the killer move. He was extremely familiar with this killer move. At the most crucial moment, even though he was in excruciating pain, the activation did not fail. This was a rank 8 immortal killer move. It had a surging aura. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's entire immortal body expanded rapidly. Like he was inflating, he grew larger and larger. From a lean middle-aged man, he turned into a fat and swollen meatball. The fat Thousand Transformations' ancestor shook his fat. Soon, a series of soft sounds could be heard. Bam, bam, bam. Following this sound, a bump suddenly bulged from the side of his neck. The bump continued to swell, like it was inflated with air. It continued to expand. The pain intensified. Thousand Transformations' ancestor grimaced in pain. His face was also swollen. There were almost no slits left in his eyes. Guh. Soon, the meatball on his neck expanded to the size of a basin. It reached its limit and exploded. The meatball exploded. Yellow pus splattered everywhere. A year beast jumped out and landed on the ground. Woof, woof, woof. After this year beast landed on the ground, it barked. It was a dog year beast. And its aura was not weak. It was a desolate level year beast. After the dog year beast landed on the ground, Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt a trace of relief. It was like he was originally carrying a mountain on his back, but a huge rock on the mountain was suddenly moved away. Bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's entire body was covered in bumps. Bam, 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 bam. In a short period of time, these bumps continued to swell and explode. Pus splattered everywhere and year beasts jumped out. Chicken, monkey, goat, rabbit, all sorts of year beasts appeared. These year beasts were not only desolate level, there were also a few ancient desolate level year beasts. After hesitating for a while, the year beasts started to work together and attack Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not surprised. Instead, his expression became much more relaxed. His pain was greatly reduced. Although it was still painful, it was at a level that he could endure. Facing the pincer attack of more than 10 year beasts, Thousand Transformations' ancestor snorted coldly, with a thought. Clang clang. With a series of loud noises, thick iron chains shot out from the surrounding walls like bolts of lightning. Then, with lightning speed, the chains wrapped around the year beasts in the palace. No matter how the year beasts struggled, they were firmly bound and suppressed. Thousand Transformations' ancestor let out a breath of turbid air, finally recovered. He grabbed with his hand. The closest snake year beast was in front of him. He used his method to observe it. This snake-year beast hissed and hissed. It wanted to bite Thousand Transformations' ancestor's face, but it was restrained. It could not succeed. A moment later, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression did not change, but his heart shook. I've already used all my means, but this snake-shaped year beast is still hostile towards me. It seems like it wants to grind my bones into dust. My cutting flesh transformation is one of the immortal killer moves in Reckless Savage's True Inheritance, Suicide Transformation. Every time I use it, the life forms that are split from my immortal body, regardless of their form, can be controlled by me freely, because they are a part of my body to begin with. But now, these year beasts are clearly separated from my body, but they are not under my control. No matter what methods I use, they are useless. Such a powerful myriad tribulation. Cold sweat dripped down Thousand Transformations' ancestor's forehead. He recalled the scene of his tribulation half a month ago. He still felt lingering fear. Rank 8 Gua mortals had to go through 3 myriad tribulations. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was going through the first myriad tribulation. If not for this immortal Goo house left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, I would not have been able to pass the first myriad tribulation. Even if I pass it now, I will have residual injuries. I can only use cutting flesh transformation to cut my losses. Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to resist it and find other ways to resolve it, but after half a month, he reached his limit. He could not take it anymore. With no other choice, he could only use the flesh-cutting transformation to abandon a part of his immortal body and transfer the injuries on his body to the flesh that he had abandoned. This time, he encountered a time path myriad tribulation. The remaining injuries on his body were all time path Dao marks. Thousand Transformations' ancestor used cutting flesh transformation to discard these time path Dao marks. This way, this cutting flesh transformation turned into year beasts. And because they were filled with providence, after these year beasts formed, they were not under Thousand Transformations' ancestor's control. They became his mortal enemies. Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt great heartache. What he had done was too great a loss. Not to mention how the myriad tribulation dealt a destructive blow to his immortal aperture. The Dao marks that were discarded by cutting flesh transformation were not just time path Dao marks. There were also Thousand Transformations' ancestors' own transformation path Dao marks. The loss of these Dao marks was huge. Thousand Transformations' ancestor calculated silently. After passing the myriad tribulation, not only did he not gain any Dao marks, he even suffered a huge loss in terms of Dao marks. This means that after I pass the tribulation, I am worse off than before? Thinking of this, the Thousand Transformations' ancestor's heart, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. He sighed deeply, filled with helplessness. There was no helping it. His cultivation had advanced bravely, and when facing the myriad tribulation, he delayed it for a long time. When he could not delay it any longer, he underwent the tribulation. Even though he passed the myriad tribulation, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's foundation did not increase at all. His Dao marks were even weaker than before. I was wrong. 1,000 years ago, I relied on this reckless savage true inheritance. I thought I would be invincible. Earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations. I charged through them and advanced bravely. But the myriad tribulation is a completely different concept. I underestimated the power of the myriad tribulation. Over these years, I have unknowingly become arrogant. This heavy injury was a blessing and a curse. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was able to cultivate to rank 8. He naturally had his outstanding points. He pondered over this painful experience and reflected deeply on himself. Chapter 1408. What? Thousand Transformations' ancestor heard this and felt a surge of anger. Even though he had many concubines, among them, the one he doted on the most was his third concubine, Fairy Chui Bo. In Western Desert's Gua mortal world, who did not know this? Fairy Chui Bo was in trouble now. If it was done by someone, then these Gua mortals were simply looking down on Thousand Transformations' ancestor. There were two main possibilities. The first was that the Gu immortal who attacked had a strong backer. He was also a rank 8 great expert. He was not afraid of Thousand Transformations ancestor. The other possibility was that the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance was too valuable. People's hearts were moved by the wealth. They had killing intent and acted rashly. I'll endure it. Thousand Transformations ancestor breathed in deeply, suppressing his anger. In his current situation, he could not leave. The lumps on his body were still moving. Year beasts were growing. He needed to heal himself. If he left forcefully and met other rank 8s, his situation might be exposed. I occupied Myriad Statue Desert. Everyone in the Gu immortal world knows that I inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. If I expose the fact that I am weak, it might attract some people's attention. Forget it, I will endure it for now. I will let Hong Yun investigate the situation first. Thinking of this, Thousand Transformations ancestor transmitted to the door. Hong Yun, set off immediately. Find Shui Bo and save her. The female immortal outside was terrified. Lord Husband, I, Hong Yun, do not have enough battle strength. My safety is a small matter, but if I interfere with your plan, I will die 1,000 times over. No matter. I will give you a rank 8 immortal Gu. I will leave behind a portion of my will and immortal essence to protect you. Go ahead. Thousand Transformations ancestor had just said that when the door opened slightly, a lump of wool flew out. It was a rank 8 immortal Gu and a lot of immortal essence. The female immortal Hong Yun was overjoyed. She bowed 3 times. I understand. Thousand Transformations ancestor waved for Hong Yun to leave, focusing on himself again. Even though he doted on Fairy Shui Bo, he was more concerned about himself. Looking at the increasing number of year beasts in this hall, Thousand Transformations ancestors' brows furrowed deeper. These year beasts are either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Unfortunately, it's filled with providence and is my enemy. I can't make use of it at all. Instead of killing them and gathering materials on the spot, I might as well sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thousand Transformations ancestor was also helpless. The myriad tribulation this time had almost drained him dry. Right now, his immortal aperture was in a mess. His own condition was the same. His battle strength had fallen. He was worse than before the tribulation. What was even more infuriating was that even though he had passed through the myriad tribulation, he only suffered losses in terms of Dao marks and had no gains. Gu immortal cultivation is getting harder and harder. Even if I have the Reckless Savage's true inheritance, if I encounter the myriad tribulation, I will still die 9 out of 10 times. No wonder in the long history of humanity, there have only been 10 rank 9 Gu immortals who emerged from the ranks. Sigh. Thousand Transformations ancestor sighed deeply, placing a desolate level year beast into his immortal aperture. Using his immortal aperture, he sent this year beast into Jewel Yellow Skies. Any goods that entered Jewel Yellow Skies would emit a treasure light. Thousand Transformations ancestor's desolate level year beast was not a genuine one. It was a transformation of his body, formed from providence and time path Dao marks. But after entering the treasure yellow heaven, it immediately emitted an intense and surging treasure light. This layer of treasure light attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Some were the wills left behind by the Gu immortals. Others were the divine senses of the Gu immortals that were communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. How are you selling this year beast? Soon, a Gu immortal's divine sense came to him. Thousand Transformations ancestor smiled, replying, No hurry, no hurry. Next, he placed many year beasts into Jewel Yellow Skies. Year beasts were rare. After all, they were fierce beasts that lived in the river of time. Be it the 5 regions or the 2 heavens, they were rarely seen. As for entering the river of time, the difficulty was even higher than entering the black and white heavens. Usually, only rank 8 great experts who had converted to time path could enter it freely. Now that Thousand Transformations ancestor took out so many year beasts, and they were not ordinary year beasts, they were either desolate level or ancient desolate level. This caused a commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. A Gu immortal great expert is selling a large number of year beasts. Let's go take a look. These year beasts are all of high quality. It is truly shocking. It is hard to imagine that someone is raising so many year beasts. This seller must be a time path great expert. The Gu immortals conversed and made their guesses. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was quite satisfied. The commotion he created was already spreading. More and more Gu immortals would soon pay attention to this place. These year beasts are all pure natural beasts. From start to finish, I did not use any enslavement methods on them. Take a look. Thousand Transformations' ancestor announced. The Gu immortals roughly inspected. It was indeed so. They asked for the price. No hurry, no hurry. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was just making an excuse. He was waiting. These year beasts were not true wild beasts. They were formed from his immortal body combined with the power of the myriad tribulation. There was a difference between them and true natural year beasts. Normal year beasts could be enslaved. But these year beasts, which filled providence, could not be enslaved. Even if there was someone who could do this, they would definitely be at the almighty level and possess extraordinary methods. Thus, Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to sell these year beasts in the shortest time possible. This transaction could not be done for long. After a long time, everyone would discover the flaws and announce it to the public. Then, this business would suffer a huge blow. It would be best if there is a buyer who can directly offer a high price and buy these year beasts. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was scheming in his mind. The potential targets he wanted to sell were those super forces or rank 8 Gu immortals. More and more year beasts were placed in jewel yellow skies by Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The Gu immortals gasped. They thought this was a huge transaction. The scale of year beasts was so huge, it was rare in the last 50,000 years. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention, Thousand Transformations' ancestor announced, I dislike trouble. I will sell to whoever buys the most. The price will be calculated according to the treasure light of each year beast. I will not cheat anyone. Once he said this, the lone cultivators and secluded immortals started to complain. But there were also many people who stood out, asking or discussing the price. These people were either rank 8 great experts or representatives of super forces. Thousand Transformations' ancestor discussed with these people. His mental state gradually calmed down. At this rate, after selling the year beasts, he would make a huge profit. Maybe he could make up for his losses from the tribulation. Fengjiaga was flying in the sky. The sky was clear. There were no clouds in it. Looking down, one could see that the sand dunes were undulating. The lines were smooth and smooth. What made Fengjiaga even more comfortable was that this desert was not dead. There were plants growing here. Some were immortal guidance. Some were arrow shrubs. Some were white-tooth flowers. They brought a lot of vitality to the desert. These were all common plants in Western Desert. Immortal guidance was similar to a cactus. It had needle-like leaves on the surface. Immortal guidance was in the shape of a person's palm, but some had a fist, some had an index finger, some had a pinky, and some had a middle finger. The directions of the fingers were also north, south, up, down, left, right, and so on. Arrow shrubs were the most common shrubs in Western Desert. Its branches were thin and hard. The most common ones were 10 feet tall. Some especially tall ones could reach 20 to 30 feet. They were taller than buildings. In the arrow shrubs, there were often sandworms and even wild goo worms. As for white-tooth flowers, they were like sunflowers. They were the size of basins. They faced the sun and absorbed sunlight. There were orange-yellow petals on the periphery of the flower. At the center of the flower, there was a row of white teeth. They were closely arranged. Under the reflection of sunlight, there was a layer of pearl-like light. Fengjiaga was not in the mood to appreciate these unique Western desert sceneries. His main focus was on something not far ahead. Close, Feng Yuan and the rest should be nearby. Fengjiaga began to dive down. Soon, his altitude rapidly decreased, and he landed on the scorching desert. His speed of descent was very fast, but from start to finish, there was no sound. Not even a single wave was formed. Fengjaga's gaze swept around. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He had a discovery. There is an illusion formation here. This illusion formation could not be broken. Although it was only a mortal formation, if it was broken, it would alert the enemy. Fengjiaga thought about it. He found that this illusion formation did not isolate the air inside and outside. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew over. Feng Jiuge stretched out his hand, grabbing towards the front. He actually caught the wind sound in his hand. Next, his hand slowly tightened. An immortal killer move was secretly activated, his aura concealed to the extreme. In the end, Feng Jiuge opened his fist, clenched the sound of wind in his palm, and lightly patted it on his chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After that, the sound of wind coiled around his entire body. It was natural, and it was no different from before. Under the influence of this gust of wind, he easily moved, passing through the illusion formation and arriving inside the goo formation. His vision changed. A huge sand whirlpool directly occupied Feng Jiuge's entire vision. Rumbling sounds engulfed his ears, making Feng Jiuge feel like he was beside a huge waterfall. The dust that rose up was like the water vapor of the waterfall. The entire sand whirlpool covered an area of over 100 square kilometers. It was a grand sight. Feng Jiuge quickly looked around. He did not find Feng Yuan and the rest. His gaze landed on the center of the sand whirlpool. There was a pitch-black, bottomless hole there. After inspecting it, Feng Jiuge did not hesitate. He got up and flew into the hole. The walls of the cave were made up of spiraling sand. Feng Jiuge flew all the way down. The entrance of the sand whirlpool was very wide for a single person like Feng Jiuge. Entering deep into the sand hole, Feng Jiuge soon found himself in deep darkness. Feng Jiuge could not see, but it did not matter. He had many investigative methods. They were quite exquisite. This bit of darkness could not stump him. There is time path aura here. Feng Jiuge's heart jumped. He knew he had come to the right place. There might be a tributary of the river of time here. Feng Yuan had to follow the tributary of the river of time to enter the river of time and find Red Lotus true inheritance. Chapter 1409. The August event, the character illustration contest, and voting have come to an end. Now, some postcards have been made. Not only are there character illustrations on them, there is also a poem and my signature. These postcards will be given to some readers in the near future, mainly to my old friends who have been with me for many years. Thank you for staying by my side all these years. In the days of the monthly updates, in the time of guessing the plot's direction, in the time of voting for me, in every meticulously written review, in every doujinshi work, in every poem created by fans, we have always been together. This is a kind of fate. Not long ago, I saw a review. This has been written for many years? Why did it take so long? It has been a long time. 4 to 5 years. Why did it take so long? Why did we accompany each other for so long? Most of the time, there are no flowers or applause. Most of the time, we were silent, just traveling together. We are ridiculed, misunderstood, scolded, and reported. 4 to 5 years, when we look back, we have changed a lot. We have grown a lot. We have experienced a lot. We have shelved our youth here. We have gathered our feelings here. Thank you, dear friends. QQ Group, Tieba Group, WeChat, there will be people in charge of communication. At that time, we will ask for your ID, phone number, and address. After all, we need to send out postcards. Chidian, I am personally in charge of it. The alliance leader must have one, a set of 3. The sect leader and elders also have 1, 2, and 1 respectively, randomly distributed. I hope that readers in the above range can use Chidian's backend and send me a private message. If you want, send me your address, phone number, and Chidian ID. The address only needs to be enough for you to receive the postcard. The name does not need to be your real name, as long as the gift can be sent to you. But you need to specify your Chidian ID in the private message. Don't post in Chidian's review and comment section to prevent your personal information from being leaked. This event is to thank you for your feedback. It is purely to thank you and does not involve any profit. Because this is all paid out of my own pocket, my personal energy and financial resources are limited. I hope everyone can forgive me for any inadequacies. Gu Daoist Master Bows and thanks here. For the readers, there is another way to get a postcard as a gift. It was to participate in the building snatching activity in Gu Daoist Tieba. For those who didn't get any gifts, don't worry, because in the next few months, There will be more activities waiting for you. Finally, thank you all for your support over the years. Venerable Gu thanks with tears in his eyes. Note, Gu Master QQ, Gu Master VIP Group 2509063115, full subscription verified. Gu Masters White Sky Group 336936326, Gu Masters Black Sky Group 4972666624. The original 5 regions equivalent group would be removed at the end of this month. In the future, he would only keep these 3 groups so that it would be more convenient for him to do activities. Gu Immortal's WeChat public account. There are 2. One is Immortal Gu. The other is Author Immortal Gu. They are both me. Daoist Gu's Baidu Tieba. Please search for Daoist Gu's Tieba. There's a building snatching activity, giving out detailed photos, and pasting them to the top of the post. There's a photo of the detailed photos in the post, which I took myself. Privately, they felt that the real thing was more beautiful than the photos. Chapter 14:10. The center of the sand whirlpool was a deep tunnel. It seemed to go deep into the ground. The deeper Feng Jioge went, the denser the time path aura became. Suddenly, in the deep darkness, a bright light shone. In the darkness, this bright light was very eye-catching. It was shining with a brass luster. A wild mortal Gu? Feng Jioge flew closer and found that this was a rank 3 Daegu. Daegu was like a shell. It was the size of a baby's palm. The round shell had 2 fish-like fins on both sides. The fins flapped as it moved its small shell-like body in the darkness. Compared to year beasts, Daegu was very common. It could be found anywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. What made Feng Jioge concerned was that the river of time was filled with a vast number of Daegu, month Gu, and year Gu. There were wild Daegu here. Would it be like what Feng Jioge guessed? There was a tributary of the river of time? A tributary of the river of time was a common but rare cultivation resource. It was common because Gu Immortals had a tributary of the river of time in their immortal apertures. It allowed time to flow in the immortal aperture world. It was rare because in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, naturally formed tributaries of the river of time were few in number, but the scale was huge, far surpassing the tributaries of the river of time in the immortal aperture. Once they appeared, super forces would fight over them. If lone immortals found them, they would try to hide them and occupy them, making a huge fortune. Time Path Gu worms were not only needed by Time Path Gu masters and Gu immortals, they were also widely used in Gu refinement. For example, this Daegu, rank 3 Daegu, contained 3 days of time. If one had the corresponding refinement path methods, they could use this rank 3 Daegu to shorten the Gu refinement time by 3 days. There were also time path lifespan extension methods, using Daegu, month Gu, year Gu, and others to extend one's lifespan. Of course, these lifespan extension methods had a flaw. They would carve time path Dao marks on the body. If there were too many of these Dao marks, lifespan Gu could not be used in the future. But lifespan Gu was hard to find. If one did not have lifespan Gu and their lifespan was at its limit, could they not use this method? If there's a tributary of the river of time here, it must have been discovered by the shadow sect and hidden here. Feng Jioge continued to venture deeper. Soon, he saw more and more wild time path Gu worms. Daegu, month Gu, year Gu, and so on. A patch of pale splendor appeared on Feng Jioge's path. This patch of light was the size of a bed. It was like a patch of water, quietly fluctuating without any signs of life. Feng Jioge cautiously slowed down his pace. This was the splendor of time. It was a change in the weather. It was like the wind in the desert, the fog in the mountains, and the rain in the sky. The splendor of time was also a natural phenomenon. Any life form that entered the model time would be affected. Time will speed up, speeding up aging. Or, if it slowed down, the world would develop rapidly in his eyes. Be it fast or slow, his lifespan would be reduced more or less. Feng Jioge did not dare to try it. He slowed down and went around it. After leaving this patch of modeled time, Feng Jioge let out a breath of turbid air. He was even more certain that there was a tributary of the river of time here. The celestial quartz Gu immortals had told him that Red Lotus true inheritance was hidden in the stone Lotus Island. If Feng Yuan wanted to inherit it, he would have to enter the river of time. And the most reliable way to enter the River of Time was to find a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time was like an entrance. It had to be large enough for him to enter and exit easily. Thus, the tributary of the River of Time in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was not enough. Only the tributary of the River of Time in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, which had the same time flow as the River of Time, could allow Gu Immortals to enter and exit. More and more splendor of time appeared in Fengjiuge's vision. The deeper he went, the larger the dark passageway became. At first, there were only 1 or 2 time path mortal Gu, but as the numbers increased, at the deepest part, Gu groups appeared. Each group had 100 Gu. The time path aura became denser. Fengjiuge could even hear the sound of flowing water. Finally, a slender ray of light appeared in his field of vision. As Fengjiuge got closer, this line of light expanded in his vision, gradually turning into the shape of a river. A tributary of the River of Time. Fengjiuge's heart shook. There was indeed a tributary of the River of Time here. But where are Fengyuan and the rest? Just as Fengjiuge was thinking about this, a huge figure suddenly leaped out from a nearby patch of mottled light and pounced directly at him. Fengjiuge quickly dodged. A bright light flashed in his eyes. An immortal killer move was instantly activated. Sound Path's silence triumphed over sound. Fengjiuge cultivated Sound Path. He was determined to create 9 songs to sing about all living beings in the world. Right now, he had created 7 songs. Separation Song was one of them. But other than these 7 songs, he had other Sound Path methods. Sound Path killer move Silence triumphed over Sound was one of them. Fengjiuge had been working hard on it. He was extremely familiar with it. Once he activated it, he succeeded. He punched and palmed, attacking the shadow from afar. This was also a killer move. The fist was the drum fist. The palm was the bell palm. It was the content of Spirit Affinity House's 3 Sounds True Inheritance. In the 3 Sounds True Inheritance, other than drum fist and bell palm, there was another killer move called Whistle Finger. Fengjiuge did not learn it. He only practiced what he was interested in, to make up for his lack of methods. That huge shadow monster screamed from Fengjiuge's attacks. But strangely, as soon as its cry left its mouth, it disappeared without a trace. Every strike of Fengjiuge's drum fist could produce a drumming sound, and every strike of his bell palm could produce a bell chime. But at this moment, it was completely silent. Soon, Fengjiuge gained the upper hand. His attacks became fiercer. That sneak attacking monster was beaten into a daze, unable to retaliate. Fengjiuge also saw clearly that it was a year beast that attacked him. A monkey year beast. And it was only an ordinary desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. If it were an ancient desolate beast, it would not be suppressed so easily. Fengjiuge squinted. In the River of Time, there were not only wild time path Gu worms, but also large numbers of wild beasts and plants. Year beasts were rare in the 5 regions, but in the River of Time, they were very common. But was this desolate level year beast arranged by Fengyuan and the rest, or was it a pure wild beast year beast? Fengjiuge thought about this question in his mind. The result of this question would determine whether Fengyuan had found his traces or not. Year beast. Fengyuan watched the battle while communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies with his divine sense. In Jewel Yellow Skies, there were actually people openly selling year beasts. Such transactions were very rare. Fengyuan's heart palpitated with excitement. These year beasts were either desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. If he could purchase them and control them, they would be a huge force. Don't forget that he had 180 slaves, a mortal killer move. By then, using these year beasts and 180 slaves, Fengyuan would be able to enslave immemorial year beasts. Even though he lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, if he could control immemorial year beasts, Fengyuan's side would gain another rank 8 battle strength. But what made Fengyuan troubled was that the seller wanted to make a huge deal. Fengyuan also wanted to devour these year beasts, but he was not the only one interested. His greatest disadvantage was that he did not have much funds. If he wanted to buy so many year beasts, it would be best if he sold the desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles that he had bought earlier. Of course, Fengyuan could also sell immortal Gu. But he did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. During the Battle of the Dream Realm, Feng Yuan had to do this to survive. But now was not the time of life and death. Thousand Transformations ancestor was making his choice. He received a lot of offers, but only 3 of them really moved him. One directly sold Immortal Yuan Stone. A vast amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. It was hard to imagine that someone had such a huge amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. Even Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked. The second was willing to pay many immortal materials of all kinds. What moved Thousand Transformations ancestor was that among these immortal materials, there were many transformation path immortal materials. The third was also very sincere. He wanted to use eagle beasts of equal quality to exchange for year beasts. Thousand Transformations ancestor was currently cultivating a type of eagle transformation, so this buyer was very suitable for him. Just as the Thousand Transformations ancestor was hesitating, one of the 3 sellers suddenly called out another high price. They are willing to pay immortal goo. Thousand Transformations ancestor was shocked and joyful. He did not hesitate and agreed to this transaction. All the year beasts were sold to a goo immortal. The transaction was completed quickly, be it the buyer's huge capital or appetite, or Thousand Transformations ancestor's speed of decision, they were both shocking. Western Desert, inside the sand tunnel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey year beast screamed in agony, but its screams were turned into nothingness by Feng Jioga's killer move. In this silent slaughter, the monkey-shaped Nian was finally no match for Feng Jiogu and was brutally slaughtered. Feng Jioga inspected it and confirmed that this monkey-year beast was a wild, desolate beast. He kept it in his immortal aperture as his spoils of war. The entire battle only lasted for a short while. Feng Jioga clearly did not use his true strength. He easily killed a desolate level year beast. He did not rest. He continued to move towards the tributary of the River of Time. As he got closer, this tributary of the River of Time was becoming clearer in his eyes. River water flowed. The ripples were sparkling as it quietly flowed in the darkness. Roar, roar. Suddenly, several year beasts flew out of the tributary of the River of Time, pouncing towards Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was slightly shocked. I was discovered? Just now, he had sensed the aura of an immortal killer move. The year beasts that came were very strong. There were 5 desolate level year beasts and 3 ancient year beasts. Feng Jioga snorted coldly. His surging battle intent almost overflowed. Since he was discovered, he did not have to fight with his hands tied anymore. Come out, Feng Yuan, Feng Jioga shouted. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk, because there were still year beasts charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. At once, the number of year beasts increased to more than 10. Moreover, even more year beasts were charging out of the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 14:11. Large numbers of year beasts, chickens, goats, monkeys, dogs, pigs, horses, tigers, and rabbits pounced at Feng Jioga with their claws and teeth or roaring. Feng Jioga was soon surrounded, but he was skilled and bold. His expression did not change. His eyes were filled with calmness. Come at me, he shouted. His body shook as he activated an immortal killer move. Ding, ding, dong, dong. A series of crisp and melodious sounds came from the battlefield. It was as if countless jade pearls of different sizes were landing on a jade plate. Immortal killer move, green jade song. The year beasts inside were injured one after another. Their bodies were corroded by the song and turned into pieces of green jade. The year beasts' ferocious attacks were immediately stopped, but soon, 8 ancient year beasts charged out from the year beast group. Dragons, snakes, tigers, and bulls attacked Feng Jioga from 4 directions. Feng Jioga snorted coldly. The sound waves on his body expanded rapidly, with him as the center. A jade-green sound wave spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 ancient year beasts were struck by the sound wave and were sent flying back to where they came from. Before they could even land on the ground, they had all completely turned into jade statues. Then, they suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of jade of different sizes. They had lost their lives. What a powerful green jade song. The Shadow Sect immortals who were hiding were shocked at this sight. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He knew some information. Back then, he had obtained information about the battle between Qin Baisheng and Feng Jiuge through Zishan Makoto's temporary inheritance. Feng Jiuge's green jade song is several times stronger than in the Battle of Luopa Valley. It seems that he has improved greatly. Green jade song is secondary. If he uses submission song, I'm afraid half of the year beasts here will turn against me. But even so, Feng Yuan laughed internally. In his right palm, there was a ball of water. This ball of water emitted a faint dark light. At first glance, it looked like water from the river of time. But in fact, it was a rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. Indeed, this immortal goo obtained from He Fan's true inheritance had been sealed all along. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had already removed the seal and taken it out to use. Immortal Killer Move, Year Beast Summoning. It was the same name, but the Nian Beast summon that Feng Yuan used was completely different from before. Because this time, Feng Yuan was not using Year Goo. He was using rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water. The contents of He Fan's true inheritance were very comprehensive. There was Year Beast summoning that used Year Goo as the core, and also Year Beast summoning that used years flow like water immortal goo as the core. Ordinary Nian Beast summoning could only summon one Nian Beast. And now, the Nian Beast summoned Feng Yuan had summoned an army of Nians. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Sure enough, in the following battle, Feng Jiuge used this extremely effective killer move. Everyone was silent. The song could not be heard. It resounded in every Goo Immortal's and every Year Beast's mind. The Year Beast army fell into chaos. Because many Year Beasts sided with Feng Jiuge, they started to fight against their former comrades. Submission Song covered Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path, and Soul Path. It affected people's hearts. It was an inspiration that Feng Jiuge obtained from Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword during his battle with Qin Baisheng. Many desolate-level Year Beasts and ancient Year Beasts changed sides, temporarily listening to Feng Jiuge. There was a huge change in the battle situation. Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit, who were watching the battle, gasped. However, Feng Yuan was still very calm. He was still activating the Immortal Killer Move Year Beast Summoning. Rank 8 Immortal Goo years flow like water could be used even by rank 6 Goo Immortals. And this Immortal Killer Move Year Beast Summoning, Feng Yuan not only had experience in using it, he had also tried to use it in his past cultivation. It was for the day when he would have to use years flow like water in battle. If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Feng Yuan's vigilant nature and his early preparations finally allowed him to gain a lot at this moment. His expression was calm and unperturbed. Year Beast summoning will continue to summon Year Beasts. I want to see how many your submission song can control. At a certain stage, even immemorial Year Beasts will respond to the summon and be attracted. Year Beast summoning was a time path method. It had the effect of Enslavement Path, and Enslavement Path was most proficient in battles of attrition. Feng Jiuge was a huge enemy. Feng Yuan did not expect to get rid of him in a short period of time. Furthermore, Feng Jiuge had the Celestial Court behind him. There might be other rank 8 Goo Immortals lurking around. Because of these two reasons, Feng Yuan chose to conceal himself and use the Year Beasts to attack. Year Beasts charged out of the tributary of the River of Time. Summoned by Feng Yuan's killer move, they attacked Feng Jiuge. Soon, the number of Year Beasts in this battlefield exceeded 100. Most of the Year Beasts formed a circle, firmly surrounding Feng Jiuge. Feng Jiuge relied on Submission Song to control the Year Beasts, using them to suppress them. He formed a circular defensive line in the encirclement. Both sides fell into a deadlock. This scene was clearly seen by Fairy Myrtle. She was in Central Continent's Celestial Court, but using her investigative killer move and star constellation chessboard, she could clearly observe the entire battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with deep thought. Killing Feng Yuan and obtaining or destroying Red Lotus True Inheritance was her current main mission. She had already made the arrangements. Feng Jiuge was only one of the links. Although the battle was in a deadlock, Fairy Myrtle knew that Feng Jiuge had not used his full strength. Even if he used all his methods, he still had a rank 8 Immortal Goo that Celestial Court had lent him. Right now, everything is under my control. Fairy Myrtle willed. The scene on Star Constellation chessboard changed to another battle. Two celestial court Gu immortals were fighting with the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was naturally the one that escaped Feng Yuan's control and flew away. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain. It was already injured. It did not have an immortal Gu. Even though it was an immemorial desolate beast, it was still too forceful against two rank 8 celestial court Gu immortals. The situation was very disadvantageous to it. Feng Yuan has already planted a tracking method on this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we capture it, we will be able to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Of course, right now, Feng Yuan and the rest have my investigative killer move on them. The main reason for capturing the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is to prevent Feng Yuan from regaining control of this immemorial desolate beast in the future. Fairy Myrtle calculated in her mind. Feng Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. He was not part of fate to begin with. He was the greatest variable in the world. Now that he had Giant Sun's true inheritance, the otherworldly demon and luck path, the variables were stacked on top of each other. After Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Feng Yuan was definitely the biggest threat to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could not use its full strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Firstly, Feng Yuan had strong luck. If too many people went to find trouble with him, it would be a blessing in disguise. Only people with similarly strong luck could prevent Feng Yuan's luck path advantage from showing its effect. This was one of the reasons why Fairy Myrtle specially arranged for Fengjiuge to deal with Feng Yuan. Secondly, Celestial Court itself needed to expand. The Great Era was coming, the regional walls of the 5 regions would melt, and the 5 regions would become one. Without geographical obstacles, Gu immortals would be able to move freely. It would definitely cause chaos. In this unprecedented chaotic battle, Celestial Court's position was very awkward. Because it was surrounded by southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert. Central continent was the battlefield of 4 wars. It was connected to the other 4 regions. Once chaos broke out, Central continent would face huge pressure. It might even fall into a troublesome situation. Thus, Celestial Court had to conserve its strength. At the same time, the Will of the Stars had also instructed Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle that she needed more rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate in the future. Although Fairy Myrtle did not know the intention of this arrangement, she believed in the Will of the Stars and Duke Long. Lady Ziwei. There is great news. At this time, a Celestial Court Gu immortal sent a letter Gu to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately knew that this person was the recently recruited Supreme Elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects. Yuan Qiongdu. Ever since the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fairy Myrtle had promoted several Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to become members of Celestial Court. The 2 Celestial Court Gu immortals who instructed Fengjiuge and attacked the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle also had such status. As for this Yuan Qiongdu, because he cultivated path, Fairy Myrtle had given him the important task of repairing Fate Gu. What good news? Fairy Myrtle asked. Not long ago, I bought a large batch of year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies. The seller might not know, but these year beasts are different from ordinary year beasts. They are all over Providence. I can use these year beasts as immortal materials to repair Fate Immortal Gu. Not only can I save time, I can also use Providence to speed up the effects of each repair. Yuan Qiongdu said excitedly. Very good. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also shined. Continue to work hard? Yes, Lady Ziwei. This was truly great news. Fairy Myrtle was very happy. This way, Fate Gu's recovery can be accelerated until all of its injuries are healed. Moreover, Spectral Soul's main body was captured and suppressed. Once this news spreads, it will shake the world and shock everyone. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was filled with admiration and respect towards Duke Long. It was Duke Long's wise decisions and attacks that created the huge advantage that Celestial Court had right now. If the 5 regions started a chaotic war, Central Continent would definitely take the lead in the early stages. However, there was only one crucial factor that would decide the outcome of this chaotic war. That was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Western Desert. Feng Yuan was at a crucial moment. Immortal Gu fight was activated. Around it were a large number of supplementary Gu worms. Immortal Killer Move. Enslavement after victorious battle. After the killer move was activated, Feng Yuan's gaze became extremely sharp as he looked at the year beasts in front of him. Strength Path giant hands flew out one after another, defeating these year beasts. The defeated year beasts soon stopped escaping under the influence of enslavement after victorious battle. They became Feng Yuan slaves, surrounding Feng Yuan. Chapter 1412. Under the effect of the immortal killer move enslavement after victorious battle, any life form that was defeated by Feng Yuan would have a high chance of submitting to Feng Yuan and being enslaved by Feng Yuan. The core of this move was the rank 7 immortal Gu Feng Yuan had just obtained, Duel. With the help of all kinds of wisdom path Gu worms, this rule path immortal Gu started to display its unique value. Enslavement after victorious battle was created by Immortal Zombie Dali. Immortal Zombie Dali was one of the second-generation split souls of Spectral Soul's main body. He was called Martial Duel Heavenly King. He cultivated Strength Path and Wisdom Path. He had the great Strength True martial physique. After the first-generation split soul, Zishan Makoto, turned into a purple gold rock, he inherited the position of Shadow Sect's leader. However, later on, a mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus insignia on his forehead came to find him. After an intense battle, he lost and was suppressed by the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. This was the origin of enslavement after victorious battle. This was an outstanding killer move that contained the profundities of Strength Path and Wisdom Path. After Feng Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he learned of the contents of this killer move. Of course, he was not familiar with enslavement after victorious battle. This was his first time using it. However, unlike other moves, this move only needed Feng Yuan to activate it in advance, and it was not difficult to maintain it. Feng Yuan could not use most immortal killer moves in battle because he was not familiar with them. If he used them wrongly, he would be shooting himself in the foot. But at this moment, Feng Yuan had the initiative. He set up an ambush for the Celestial Court's pursuers. Thus, he had ample time to prepare. After failing several times, he succeeded in activating enslavement after victorious battle. Next, Feng Yuan maintained enslavement after victorious battle while using Year Beast summoning a large group of Year Beasts in this tributary of the River of Time. But even though the Year Beasts were huge, Year Beast summoning still had a flaw. That was, the Year Beasts would not work for Feng Yuan to the death. Once their injuries were severe or the enemy was strong, they would take the initiative to retreat. This was different from summoning soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created soul beast summoning. Any soul beast could fight to the death for the Gu Immortal. They would disregard their own safety. Year Beast summoning was created by Hei Fan after all. Even though Hei Fan was a time path great expert, he paled in comparison to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Of course, even so, they couldn't ignore how powerful the Year Beast summoning was. All in all, this move was very practical. With the rank 8 Immortal Gu Years flow like water as the core, the Gu Immortal could summon a Year Beast army. Against enemies, they could often form a strong encirclement, unless they met a special rank 7 expert like Feng Jioga, or a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But in the Gu Immortal world, how many rank 8 great experts and people like Feng Jioga were there? Strength Path giant handprints flew everywhere, causing the retreating Yin Beast wheel to fall to the ground. These Year Beasts were affected by Year Beast summoning and fought with Feng Jioga. But after suffering at Feng Jioga's hands, they wanted to retreat. They wanted to use the tributary of the River of Time to leave this place. But Feng Yuan had already blocked their path of retreat. He used Strength Path giant handprints and slammed the Year Beasts to the ground. Most of these Year Beasts were subdued by enslaved battle, becoming Feng Yuan's slaves. But there was also a portion that resisted. Towards these stubborn resistance, Feng Yuan's response was to continue using Strength Path giant handprints. After a few slaps, very few Year Beasts refused to submit. After all, these Year Beasts were not in perfect condition. They were already injured by Feng Jioga's attacks. More and more Year Beasts were subdued by Feng Yuan. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and kept these Year Beasts into the sovereign Immortal Aperture. There were also some Year Beast corpses. These unlucky fellows were usually heavily injured. They could not control the strength of Feng Yuan's strength path giant handprints and were smashed to death. Even though they died, these were rank 6 and 7 immortal materials. Feng Yuan did not let them go. On the battlefield, the year beasts were mostly killed by Feng Zhege. Feng Yuan used year beast summoning again, summoning another batch of year beasts. Next, he stayed in the Gu formation's concealment and used Feng Zhege's strength to capture these year beasts. A moment later, there were 70 to 80 year beasts in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Most of them were desolate level year beasts, while a small portion were ancient year beasts. At this rate, I might be able to gather hundreds of year beasts. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though he could not buy those year beasts from Jewel Yellow Skies, he managed to capture many by himself. But with my soul foundation, I can only enslave over 100 year beasts, Feng Yuan estimated. Even though his soul foundation was strong, he still had a large number of eagle beasts under his control. Maybe I should sell these eagle beasts? Feng Yuan was hesitating when his scalp turned numb, his body tensed up. A strong and ancient aura rose from the tributary of the river of time behind him. An immemorial year beast. It was attracted by my year's flow like water immortal Gu. Feng Yuan realized. Feng Yuan did not put year's flow like water immortal Gu into the sovereign immortal aperture, so the immemorial year beast was attracted by the immortal Gu's aura and came here through the tributary of the river of time. Sensing the immemorial year beast's aura, the year beasts on the battlefield went berserk. They became very courageous. Feng Zhege felt immense pressure, especially when he used submission song to control those year beasts. The difficulty of enslaving them also increased greatly. Rumble. A huge tiger claw suddenly burst out of the tributary of the river of time. As the river of time surged in the sky, the tiger claw attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was prepared. He kept the year beasts and the shadow sect immortals in his immortal aperture. When the tiger claw attacked, he was already sent flying. The huge tiger claw smashed down like a hill. The small formation that Feng Yuan had set up meticulously was destroyed by the tiger claw. Roar. The tiger-shaped immemorial year beast's attack had missed, and it also felt that this wonderful delicacy, years flow like water, was getting further and further away from it. It suddenly roared, and a thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged in the tributary of the river of time. The tiger immemorial desolate beast was unwilling to give up. It tried to drill out of this tributary of the river of time. But it was clear that it was too huge. Its foundation was too strong. The entrance of the tributary of the river of time was too small. But it did not matter. The tiger claw slammed everywhere. The tiger immemorial year beast tried to expand this tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time's water level rose rapidly. Its size expanded rapidly. This excellent time path resource point was already destroyed. Even though the tributary of light had expanded by several times in a short period of time, it had already lost its original balance. After some time, this tributary of the river of time would completely return to the main river. Of course, this was nothing to the immemorial year beast. It did not care about it. Feng Zhege saw Feng Yuan charging over. His eyes shined with bright light. He was already prepared for battle. Feng Yuan was blocked by Feng Zhege in front of him, and chased by the immemorial year beast behind him. He seemed to be in a dangerous situation. But the truth was, he had a smile on his face. He was very confident. He did not even use reverse flow protection seal. He activated rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water again. Feng Yuan also has a rank 8 immortal Gu. Feng Zhege's pupils shrunk, but he was not very shocked. Since Feng Yuan inherited Shadow Sect, it was normal for him to have such an inheritance. I wanted to see the Celestial Court's pursuers all die in one go, but only Feng Zhege came. Humph. Feng Yuan sneered. Years flow like water immortal Gu started to shine with pure white light in his hand. The radiance illuminated the surroundings, illuminating the originally pitch-black tunnel. In the light, a huge Gu formation started to activate. This is... Feng Zhege realized that he was already inside the Gu formation. It was just that this huge Gu formation had not activated earlier. It was hidden very well and fused perfectly with the environment. Rank 8 years flow like water was the core of this goo formation. Under its influence, the goo formation started to activate. Feng Jioge was on full alert, but the goo formation's power was not targeted at him. Rumble. Like a dam that had been accumulating for many years suddenly releasing water, the tributary of the river of time turned into a raging river in a few breaths of time. It turned out that this goo formation's true target was this tributary of the river of time itself. Feng Jioge subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, this tributary of the river of time crazily flowed, as if it had turned into the main river of time. The river water surged, creating huge waves that covered the sky. The huge waves directly engulfed Feng Yuan before sweeping towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge naturally wanted to retreat. There were many Nian beasts, but with his graceful and agile movements, they were unable to obstruct him in the slightest. However, the surging of the river of time was not something ordinary people could comprehend. So fast, Feng Jioge was dazed. He found that the waves of the river of time had already reached his head. The river of time was a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Where it flowed to, there was no concept of speed, only time. The river of time could spread for millions of li in an instant, or it could take thousands of years to cover an inch of land. I can't dodge it. Feng Jioge instantly understood this. He immediately activated his defensive methods to protect himself. Rumble. The sound of surging waves could be heard. Feng Jioge's body was engulfed by the huge waves, vanishing in an instant. And Feng Yuan's figure emerged from the river of time under the effect of the goo formation. Flood discharge formation, break? Feng Yuan shouted inwardly. The entire goo formation crumbled. Without the goo formation's guidance, the tributary of the river of time was pulled back by the main river. This was because of the flood discharge earlier. The size of this tributary of the river of time had already surpassed the standard. The main river of time would not allow a tributary of this size to be separated. This was no longer the power of the goo formation. It was heaven and earth itself, the supreme power of the river of time itself. Rumble. With a loud sound, Feng Jioge was swept into the main river by the flood of time. Even the tiger-shaped, immemorial, desolate beast that wanted to charge out felt like it was hit by a huge rock. It was stuck in the main river. After a few breaths of time, the tributary of the river of time vanished, only leaving behind a large area of rippling light. It was silent. The year beasts on the battlefield were also swept back into the river of time. Chapter 14:13. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. In the A Group Goo Refinement Hall, the goo refinement that had been going on for several months had reached its most crucial moment. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of a refinement path super goo formation. He was staring at the blazing fire inside the goo formation. This fire was icy blue in color. It was not hot at all. It was cold instead. Even the super goo formation could not completely isolate the power of this intense ice fire. Land Spirit of Langya was standing at the edge of the goo formation. His eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of eerie blue frost. But he did not care. He was concentrating on the fire. More accurately speaking, it was the profound ice at the center of the fire. The Xian ice was constantly melting and being regenerated. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but now that it was personally refined by Land Spirit of Langya, its edges had already been smoothed out. It had a sense of roundness. 5 strands of Fandor wind, Land Spirit of Langya suddenly said. His assistant was the hairy man Goo Immortal Sixth Hair. He heard this and quickly took action. Using a special method from the immortal material storage, he took out 5 strands of Fandor wind. This Fandor wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep mountains or forests. It was not in the sky of great swamp. It was on the door of a mortal's house. Whenever such an immortal material was produced, the mortal's door could not close. It could only open and close continuously. This strange phenomenon had attracted the attention of Goo Masters a long time ago. Goo Immortals took action to collect it. But at the start, Goo Immortals could not use an immortal material like Fandor Wind. They did not understand it. But now, they were familiar with the method. They could make full use of it. The 5 strands of Fandor wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by land spirit of Langia. Soon, the 5 strands of wind revolved around the profound ice. It was as if 5 hands were sculpting jade. It intensified the changes in the profound ice. Oh no! Good times did not last long. Land spirit of Langia's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in shock. Sixth Hair's heart jumped. He quickly looked over. The ice flame was suddenly extinguished, and the Xian ice shattered. Even the 5 wisps of wind from the Fandor vanished into thin air. I failed again. The land spirit of Langia stomped his feet and roared, looking extremely flustered and exasperated. Sixth Hair sighed deeply. What a pity. He had really reached the last few steps, but he failed. The previous few months of hard work had all gone down the drain, all for naught. If I had used the hairy man heaven-earth style, this would not have happened. Land spirit of Langia snorted coldly. Sixth Hair hurriedly reminded, but first Grand Elder, according to the sex rules, since Elder Fong Yuan spent a lot of contribution points to issue this mission, we have to follow his requirements. Sigh. This Fong Yuan's brain was muddled. Why was he thinking of using human goo refinement methods? Is he trying to embarrass me on purpose? The failure of the goo refinement made the land spirit of Langia's mood very bad. Sixth Hair hurriedly put in a good word for Fong Yuan. Elder Fong Yuan has always been mysterious. Although I don't get along with him, and I usually don't like him, he's a very good person. However, this time, he seemed to have used all his capital, spending a huge amount of sect contribution points to refine the immortal goo. He wanted to refine 3 immortal goo. If they deliberately wanted to embarrass First Supreme Elder, they wouldn't have to pay such a huge price, right? Hi. I'm just saying it casually. The land spirit of Langia hung his head dejectedly and waved his hand. Let's take a break first. This was the 5th failure. Moreover, Fong Yuan doesn't have enough sect contribution points. Contact him and tell him the result of the goo refinement. If he wants to refine it again, he needs to have enough sect contribution points. Yes, Sixth Hair replied. Fong Yuan was like a sharp arrow, flying in the sky. He was not in the mood to appreciate the vast beauty of the desert. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the fight with Fengjioga. The tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of the Shadow Sect. It was recorded on the Shadow Sect's map. Before Zishan Makoto died, he specially told me in his will to go to the River of Time as soon as possible and contact spectral souls while in the ghost face Red Lotus. Although Fong Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance and had a large number of killer moves, immortal goo recipes, secrets, and so on, but he had only inherited more than half of the entire wealth of the Shadow Sect. And the ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained spectral soul's will, which controlled almost all of the Shadow Sect's cultivation content. It even had a portion of spectral soul demon Venerable's true inheritance. The Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years, when spectral soul demon Venerable was alive. He rampaged through the world and slaughtered all living beings, causing them to fall silent. Although the entire Shadow Sect no longer existed, the cultivation content it had was unimaginably vast and abundant. For example, immortal goo houses. Currently, Fong Yuan only had the complete construction content of 12 immortal goo houses. But in fact, Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect definitely had more than 12. The rest of the cultivation content required Fong Yuan to go to the ghost face Red Lotus and receive it personally. And the Red Lotus true inheritance is also in the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada. It is the key to the true inheritance. Fong Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time in the outside world of the 5 regions was his entrance. Although Fong Yuan lost one to eliminate the pursuers of the Celestial Court, it was not a problem. In the records of the Shadow Sect, there were still 5 to 6 tributaries of the River of Time. However, currently, in Western Desert, the Shadow Sect only has 1 tributary of the River of Time left. To be safe, I will go to those 2 resource points first. Without absolute confidence, I will not go there. Fong Yuan made up his mind. He was in Western Desert now, Western Desert was connected to Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border. But Feng Yuan could not go to these three regions. Central Continent had the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They were forbidden areas for Feng Yuan. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had issued a warrant for Feng Yuan's arrest. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals had even attacked the Shadow Sect not long ago. Western Desert was the best hiding spot. As for Eastern Sea, the Shadow Sect only had the location of one tributary of the River of Time. But unfortunately, this tributary of the River of Time had already been taken away by Miao Ming Shan. Speaking of which, this was Feng Yuan's fault. Because after Feng Yuan discovered it, he informed Miao Ming Shan's group. Once, to understand the situation, Zishan Makoto used the tributary of the River of Time to go to the Ghost Face Red Lotus. When he was in Eastern Sea, he could not find that tributary of the River of Time. He could only go to Southern Border to get his wish. My biggest problem now is that I have an investigative killer move. My location is exposed to the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. At the same time, without Dark Limit Immortal Gu, Providence is also plotting to kill me. Most importantly, I lack Immortal Gu. I have countless killer moves, but I lack the core Immortal Gu. With the core Immortal Gu, I can get rid of the investigative killer move and deceive Providence again. While he was thinking, Feng Yuan received Sixth Hair's letter. Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into this letter Gu. The content made him frown. The Gu refinement had failed again. Damn it! Even though he framed Feng Jioga, Celestial Court would not only send him to kill him. Celestial Court definitely had a backup plan. It was just a matter of time. This Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Self-Love Immortal Gu, it is quite difficult to refine it to rank 7. I have participated in the recent Gu refinements. Land Spirit of Langya did my best. I did not do it half-heartedly. Sixth Hair said. Feng Yuan did not doubt his words. Land Spirit of Langya was pure and honest. Feng Yuan believed in it. It was normal that he could not refine it. After all, it was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. The success rate was low. But this self-love Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had to refine it. And it had to be fast. With it, Feng Yuan could use a killer move from Zishan Makoto's inheritance to get rid of the investigative killer move on him. This was completely possible. Feng Yuan had full confidence in it. Refine, I have to continue refining, even if I have to go bankrupt, I will not hesitate. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, making up his mind. It was extremely easy for him to obtain Langya sect contribution points now, because Zishan Makoto's inheritance was extremely plentiful. But I cannot remain indifferent anymore. This time, I succeeded in framing Feng Jioga because I caught him off guard and used the rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water. This is information that Celestial Court cannot obtain for now. Now that this trump card has been exposed, I need to hurry. It seems that it is time to use that method. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He replied, this time, I will ask Sixth Hair to take charge of the Gu refinement, while Land Spirit of Langya acts as an assistant. Sixth Hair received Feng Yuan's letter Gu, and when he saw the contents, he could not help but feel surprised. He knew that his Gu refinement standard was inferior to Land Spirit of Langya, and Land Spirit of Langya did not cheat. But why did Feng Yuan want him to take charge of the Gu refinement? In the River of Time, the rumbling sound of water could be heard endlessly. Feng Jioga was swept into the river by the surging waves. This is the River of Time? He tried to stabilize his body. He immediately felt the incomparable power of Time Path corroding his immortal body. Strong. Incomparably strong. Feng Jioga's immortal body's defense was also quite impressive. But in this short instant, he felt that he was being rejected by the surrounding environment. Feng Jioga knew clearly that this was because his body was full of Sound Path Dalmarks. They were incompatible with the Time Path Dalmarks here. As expected of the River of Time, I need to leave as soon as possible. Feng Jioga wanted to leave, but when he looked back, the tributary of the River of Time had already been destroyed. Only a thin layer of the multicolor of time was left. This layer of multicolor was huge, but to Feng Jioga, it was no longer an exit. This is troublesome. I am not a Time Path Gu Immortal. I cannot leave with just the multicolor of time. What should I do? Just as he was hesitating, Feng Jiuge's ears suddenly exploded. A tiger's roar resounded. A huge tiger year beast emerged from the bottom of the river. With a loud sound, the river water splashed everywhere. Feng Jiuge's pupils shrunk to pin size. Compared to this tiger year beast, his body was like a mosquito beside an old bull. An immemorial year beast. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.